Good afternoon. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on ACPS TV and streamed on ACPS YouTube channel. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Please pause for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That brings us to item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
All right, do I have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Do I have a motion?
Move to establish agenda as written.
Second.
Thank you. Do I have consensus? Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 3, public comments on agenda items. This is one of the opportunities that the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. The members of this board appreciate hearing from interested citizens. As appropriate, we will refer your concerns to the superintendent for follow-up by his staff. The board will hear public comment from up to 10 total speakers, a combination of virtual and in-person, per agenda item, excluding personnel items, reports, and recognitions during a single public comment section in the early portion of the meeting. The board will hear public comment from up to 10 total speakers on items not on the agenda, excluding any student-specific or personnel items near the end of the meeting. The link to register to comment before the board opened at 3 p.m. on the Friday prior to this meeting. Registration closed at noon on the Monday prior to this meeting. Speakers may sign up for no more than 2 agenda items, but only once on any individual agenda item. For any item with more than 10 registered speakers, the board will employ a randomized lottery process to select the speakers. Registrants who secure a slot to speak were notified by email at the email address they provided when they registered. All speakers will be allotted 2 minutes and must address the specifics of the agenda item for which they sign up. No speaker substitutions will be permitted. If your name is called and you are not present, we will move on to the next speaker. For anyone who was not selected to speak at today's meeting, you may email your comments to the board office at boardoffice@aacps.org. While we encourage public input on policies, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and the school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Anne Arundel County. We encourage everyone to utilize existing dispute resolution processes as appropriate. I remind everyone that any inappropriate personnel remarks or other behavior that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order. Persons using language that is threatening or promotes violence against members of this body or Anne Arundel County Public School employees are subject to legal penalties. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be asked to leave the meeting. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer sessions with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistant. I ask that speakers observe the 2-minute clock. A yellow light will shine when you have 30 seconds remaining, and a tone will sound when your time has expired. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the tone. If you continue after your time has expired, the microphone will be turned off. It could also be turned off if a speaker addresses specific student or employee matters or are commenting on matters not related to public education in Anne Arundel County. Thank you. So with that, I will call up our first few speakers. First, speaking on item 5.02, modifications to high school student schedules. Could I ask Finn Hintermister to come up, please?
I'm Finn Hintermeister, and I'm a senior at Annapolis High School. I believe that AACPS schools should use a dual flex block schedule. This schedule change is justified by misconceptions held by the superintendent. In your letter to parents, you claim that your change is a reversion to a system in place prior to COVID-19. But that's not true. Panther Hour, as we call it at A High, existed before COVID. Students needed it then, and we need it now. Additionally, the new schedule was created with zero regard for students who travel between buildings as part of magnet programs. As a member of Apex Theater, I must travel to Studio 39 for the second half of my school day. With 2 flex blocks, I can meet with teachers during block 1 and travel during block 2. Under the new system, I will be traveling during the singular flex block, sacrificing all access to clubs and academic help. Although a minority within your schools, traveling Apex Arts and Applied Technology students will take a major loss because of this decision. Further, the schedule change blatantly threatens the learning of high schoolers around the county. You believe that more instructional time will lead to increased academic statistics. I believe that you are fixing a system that was not broken. Independent learning time in our schedules helps us complete vast workloads for rigorous AP and IB classes. If the objective was to drop enrollment in extracurriculars, cause stress to students in rigorous courses, and disrupt students who are finally socially comfortable after COVID-19, then by all means enforce the 1 flex block schedule. If your objective is to help high school students belong, grow, and succeed as you claim in your post-entry plan, then give us back the system we came to love and rely on. When making such drastic decisions in the future, I urge you to practice greater transparency with the students. Thank you for your efforts to better our schools and the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to call up the next 5 speakers. Ms. Lily Ellis, Ms. Ratasha Harley, Mr. Jared Brown, Haley Waltner, and Nakia Lewis. You can take seats and one of you can be at the podium if you wish. So the first person, you can stand by the podium. You won't be the first person called, but you'll stand by the. You're perfect. You can sit. So first, Ms. Ellis.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Burdell and fellow board members. My name is Lily Ellis, and I live in Edgewater, Maryland. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Yesterday, I attended the funeral of 16-year-old Robert Clark, an Annapolis High student. I know Robert's sister Imani and his brother Daytwan. Daytwan is in his final year as a student at Morgan State University. A month before Robert's killing, it was another student by the name of Nelson. I can't remember his last name. He was shot and killed in the community of Robinwood. I knew Nelson because I worked at Annapolis High School while he was there. I could go on and on with the number of lives lost, but I would run out of time. Please understand that as an active and involved community member, it has been a painful journey over the last 15 years, watching former students go to jail or die in the streets where they live. I, along with other members of the community, have been advocating tirelessly for a charter school for our young Black men because they need an engaging, culturally enriched hands-on curriculum to produce the best results. Our young Black men are intelligent and capable like all other children. They want to learn and be successful. Yet, this will not happen if our state education system continues to fail to educate them in ways that affirm their learning differences, attend to their social, emotional needs, appreciate their culture, set high expectations, and respect them as unique individuals. This was said by Task Chair Vermel Green. Is that
Your time is up. Please
What?
summarize.
okay? The new village charter school that is being proposed may offer a high school done differently, but does it offer a learning design that cultivates an environment where our young Black males will feel a sense of belonging, grow, and succeed as Anne Arundel County Public School states? Will it offer them a lifeline
I'm
for
gonna,
hope?
I'm gonna have to cut you off.
That
Ms.
was
Ellis.
two minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Harley.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Natasha Harley, and I live here in Annapolis, Maryland. I too will be speaking about the New Village Academy Charter School. As you scroll through the website of the New Village Academy, there are pictures of melanated people. There's an Afrocentric logo. There's African proverbs galore. There's a lot of verbiage about underserved students, opportunity gaps, equity, even mentions of the gun violence that are plaguing our communities of color here in Annapolis. These are things that burden my own heart and fuel the work that I do. But again, as I continue to peruse the website and I see this innovative school model that could be potentially very impactful for our students, I still ask myself, why? Why Annapolis? Why now? As a longtime resident here and as the mother of 3 high school students, I haven't seen any data or polls or surveys, needs assessments asking us what we want for our kids, what we want for our boys. It doesn't exist as far as I've seen. But what I do see is someone that is using privilege and power and influence to tell me what my kids need. What I do see is someone aligning themselves with others who have already attempted to do the best for kids here in the city of Annapolis. But what they've really done is exploited Black and brown children through charter schools. I am disgusted and insulted by the pandering that I see, and you all should be too. It should give you much pause as you look through this website and as you look through the application. Again, we know what our kids need. We know. Consult with us if that's what you want to do. Don't dangle shiny things in front of our face and think that we're just going to fall for it because it's the next big thing, the next innovative thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Just speaking to this, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can
All
hear you.
right, my bad. Hello, I'm Gerard Brown, and I go to Annapolis High School. I've been ahead of my classes most of my life, but when I got to A-High, I started falling back. I feel like I started falling back because I got bored in my classes and I started losing motivation. It got hard catching up in classes because everyone is set doing the same thing. All students learn differently. I feel like if we had more control over what we learn, we would want to learn more, and we could teach ourselves whatever we missed and move ahead. If I had a portfolio, I won't waste my time sitting in classes, learning things I already know, and I'd be able to concentrate on what I'm really intrigued by and what I want to learn. When I first started going to A-High, I was sitting in classes that went too slow, and I started slacking on my educational necessities. All of my teachers tell me I'm very intelligent, but I lack motivation because I'm sitting in class learning things that I don't care about. If I had the choice to learn the things important to me and will help me take the next step I want in my life, which New Village Academy will give me, I feel like I'd be using my spots to go deeper into things that we really need in life. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Waltner?
Hello, everyone. My name is Haley Waltner, and I'm a part of the New Village Academy Youth Advisory Board. The NVA Youth Advisory Board at Annapolis High School is a student-level board where we talk about what we would like in a school to give Ms. Pittman ideas on how she would structure her school. We also help with events and spreading the word around. Anne Arundel County Public Schools should invest in New Village Academy because it provides students a different opportunity in education that will better help prepare them for the real world. One way NVA provides a different experience is through community action projects. Community action projects are long-term projects that allow kids to apply skills learned from each subject into a project that will benefit the city of Annapolis. For example, if students were given an issue like flooding in Annapolis, they would research the science of climate change, the impact on the people, historic preservation, the economy, learn SketchUp, survey analysis skills, and presentation skills to act as city planners to redesign downtown Annapolis and make a proposal to the mayor. This school would give the students the ability to grow and apply real-world thinking to their studies, and therefore I believe New Village Academy is a good fit for Annapolis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Lewis, your turn.
You guys can hear me?
Mhm.
Good morning. My name is Nakaya Lewis, an upcoming senior at Annapolis High School. My whole high school experience was overwhelming, especially after COVID. No teacher recognized the difference in me as a student. I know New Village Academy is well needed for students in Annapolis and students outside of Annapolis. The navigation team that each student will have will keep students dedicated and determined. Teenagers will set long-term and short-term goals, which will make them not get off track during. Navigation team meet each and every quarter. A part of the navigation team, we have the student's crew, a parent, their internship supervisor, and a community mentor, and a peer coach who will look out for the student, challenge and question them, and help them set goals for the new quarter. That's why I joined the Youth Advisory Board, and now I'm the governing board, to help this school get started and to help Annapolis High School. Thank you.
Thank you. You did a great job. All right, thank you. So let me call the next set of speakers. Thank you very much. You all can go back to your
Can I
seat.
leave because I sure didn't get a chance to say what I wanted
You
to
can,
say.
yes, yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. So, Mr. William Roll, Shayla Pratt, and Kenneth Starks.
I'm scared. Is it more people coming up here? Okay. I was like, what? No.
So is Shayla Pratt here?
No.
Okay, all righty. So we will begin with Mr. Roll. Good afternoon. Either sit or stand as you wish.
Yeah, I feel better. Steve.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, you all. Thank you for having us. My name is William Rowell. I think it's very important for us to hear and understand different perspectives as to how we should educate young people in the city of Annapolis and in the county. Undoubtedly, my involvement on a personal level and also my involvement in the New Village, Academy's development comes from a place of both frustration, data, all of the things that was mentioned. And I do believe that it is also important to consider, to hear, to listen, to partner, and to value the perspective of people who are impacted and live in communities, particularly because I'm an African-American man myself who was educated in public schools. My involvement and my push for this is because anything that creates a different level of momentum, a different level of the importance of pushing forward opportunities for young people, particularly young people of color, to engage in our educational pursuits is something that I believe we should all jump towards. Having said that, I do also believe that we have to be mindful of the impact, both negative and positively, on young people in the city and families. But I will say that the New Village Academy's focus and those who are involved in the development of New Village Academy is a well-rounded, diverse, and inclusive group of people. As with all things, we could stand to involve more people in the process. But my initial recommendation is that we do seek to provide other opportunities for learning for young people in this city. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowell. Mr. Starks.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, everyone. I'm Kenneth Starks. Pleased to see everyone today. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I talk all the time. But I echo everyone who spoke before me. I'm really coming here excited of the opportunity for a new way to break through to a community that we struggle to get through to, right? I look at if something doesn't work or it's not working, then assistance is needed. And I think New Village Academy provides that assistance to this county. It provides an opportunity for kids who are not fully successful in the environment they're in to try something different, to try another way to live the American dream, because isn't it, at the end of the day, that's all we're really striving for. No matter where we're from, no matter what we start with, we all want the same things. We want the picket fence, we want the house, the 2.5 children. I don't know how they got 2.5, but we want that, right? We all want the same thing. But if I hear something and I'm set in my ways, and then I hear, here's an avenue that may break through change and not level the playing field, but give a certain group of people an opportunity, then I have to say, why not try it? Why not give it a try? Why not see where it goes? I believe in change. I believe in not staying stagnant when it's not working, from prior. I believe in making a change. And I think New Village Academy provides that opportunity. I appreciate your time having me speak. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So that concludes our in-person public comment. We will now move to virtual public comment on agenda items.
Welcome to the virtual part of our testimony. Speakers will be allotted 2 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. Ms. Howe will indicate when your time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. And for the record, please give your name before speaking. Our first speaker, speaking on item 7.05, New Village Academy Public Charter School application, is Erin Holland.
Hello, you guys. My name is Erin Holland. I was going to be speaking about the charter school that they're starting in Annapolis. One of the concerns I've had being born and raised in Annapolis and going to the elementary schools is that I think that the charter school should be brought with the kids in elementary school starting and not in high school, because by the time they get to high school, their academic skills are already there. So I think it would be a great idea to think about having a charter school starting at elementary school instead of the high school.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Our next speaker, speaking also on item 7.05, New Village Academy Public Charter School, is Tatiana Klein. Tatiana.
Hello, my name is Tatiana Klein, and good afternoon, and thank you for your service. The word goes fast, and the Hispanic community is all talking about the opportunity to give their children an education that will engage them at a school that aligns with their values, like the New Village Academy. These parents relied on teachers like second parents, caring and guiding them in navigating a new culture that is too complicated for many of us to understand fully. At New Village Academy, the students join a group in crews or advisories that last for 4 years, creating deep connections and accountability. One of the aspects of the New Village Academy that really compels them is the career focus and internship apprenticeship options, because they want practical tools to build economic success, whether they decide to go to college or straight into the workforce. The school will practice student-led restorative practices that respect the dignity of all individuals and provide a hands-on based education. We support the school to also give an alternative to Annapolis High for many children, that small is better, and where the attention will make them thrive to become powerful contributors to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. That does conclude our virtual testimony on agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment on agenda items. Thank you, everyone. So we will now move to section 4, reports, and we will begin with item 4.01, the CRASC report. Hello, Ms. Fidel.
Hello, Ms. Tobin. So good afternoon, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, Dr. Bedell, and a very special welcome to our 50th student member of the board, Eric Lynn. So, my name is Michelle Fidel. I am a rising sophomore at Chesapeake High School. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm very grateful to serve a second term as CRASC Secretary of Education. Applications for CRASC appointed positions close in July, and I am delighted to announce our newly appointed members to the 2023 to 2024 CRASC executive team. Congratulations to all our 25 appointed staff listed on the screen. As members of this team, they will act as a guiding voice to the students of AACPS. We are beyond excited to see what CRASC is going to accomplish with our well-rounded team. On August 1st and 2nd, 14 students from CRASC attended the Maryland Association of Student Council Advance. During Advance, students became certified workshop presenters, attended the MASC Exec Board meeting, and began planning for this year's conferences. On August 14, we hosted an executive team retreat in collaboration with the Student Service Learning team in an effort to bolster relationships and establish connections. We participated in a variety of team building activities, swore in new members, held committee meetings, created goals for this year, and had a blast. CRASC is hosting its first ever kickoff conference led by the Legislative Department on Saturday, September 9th at Severna Park Library. At this conference, students will have the opportunity to hear from former CRASC two-time president Connor Curran, engage in leadership workshops, join a service project, and network with the CRASC exec team and student leaders from across the county. Students can register for this and check out other upcoming events on the CRASC website. As summer is coming to a close and we prepare to return to school, we can't wait to see our schedules. We came out like this week. I'm super excited. See our friends and our teachers greeting us with their morning coffee in their hand. We wish faculty, staff, and students an amazing first day at school. Thank you, and see you in September for my next CRASC update.
Thank you, as always, Ms. Fidel. Great to see you. Have a great year.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that always puts us all in a good mood when we have Ms. Fidel to kick things off. I just want to say a few things in my president's, the next item, which is the president's report. there's just been a lot going on, so I'll just highlight a few things that my colleagues and I have been privileged to attend. Another congratulations on August 10th, the evening of the summer school high school graduation. I think we graduated one of our largest classes of summer school students, and congratulations to all those students. Mr. Silkworth and I were privileged to attend the new teacher orientation on August 14th and to see, 500 or so really excited faces, and have a chance to offer a few words and greet some of our new teachers who are very excited to be here. Congratulations to Ms. Kutches and her team for amazing hiring work. There are some fabulous people on our team. Ms. Schalheim, Mr. Silkworth, and I think that was all of us, were able to attend the Stuff the Bus event on August 16th. A big shout out to WBAL and the Orioles for supporting us in this event. I think it was a huge turnout, a great collection of much needed supplies for our students as they go into the new year. And we'll just say the three of us got our picture with the Oriole bird, but that's that. The rest of you, well, too bad. Anyway, and I just want a particular shout out on Friday the 17th. I was able to attend the final performance of band camp for the Annapolis High Band. And I just want to say it's going to be a great year for the Annapolis High Band. So congratulations to Mr. Francis and all the folks in the music department at Annapolis High, because that was a real joy. On the 19th, let me see, Mr. Silkworth and I, Ms. Dent, was there anyone else? Of course, Dr. Bedell, we were all at a certain District 1 back to school party that Ms. Dent, I think, may have spent an hour or two setting up. Historic lines. You all gave out over 1,000 backpacks, I believe, and incredible resources gathered there, and just such happy families, so many wonderful people we had a chance to talk with, and thank you for all the hard work that went into that. And finally, I had the great pleasure this past Monday morning, the 21st, to speak to all of our music teachers as they began their PD. I want to thank Ms. Velati for inviting me, and I just want to say what a thrill it was to be able to speak to our music teachers, and how intimidating, because I have zero music ability. So to be standing in a room with people with all that talent was a little overwhelming, but it looks like things are off to a great start. So with that, I will move to the superintendent's report and turn it over to Dr. Bedell.
Thank you, Madam President. Before we bring up our presenters, when we get into section 5.01 and 5.02, originally I didn't have anything in my superintendent's report, but I think it's important that I clear the record a little bit around school board versus administrative functions. Over the past several months, many people had an opportunity to hear about the flag policy that was placed in front of this school board. And our board member, Corinne Frank, owned it, that it was her policy. It gave us an opportunity to go through the process so that we could have that hearing throughout the community. And in my initial remarks, I said, listen, I want to be very clear with everybody. This is a board initiative, a board policy. It's not for me to weigh in on until the third reading. The same applies for administrative functions. There are things that we do administratively that the board does not have any purview over. And I think what ends up happening is sometimes when we make decisions on my side, the board then gets attacked for administrative decisions. And I think what's happened here in this county is everybody ties the two in. The assumption is the board and the board is the school board, when in essence, you have administrative offices that are housed here, which is the superintendent's responsibility. And then you also have our Board of Education where we have our meetings. And so with this decision that was made on the modification of the high school student schedules, that was not a board decision. That was an administrative decision. That falls within the purview of the superintendent and superintendents across the entire country. And I know that board members got barraged with a lot of concerns, and then it prompted me to put out a letter and I would also say to our school board, even though it falls within the purview of the superintendent, I will own and say it would have been good for us to have given you a notice that we were making the change, and we didn't. So I own that. And I don't have a problem publicly owning when we could have done a better job of communicating. But what I want to remind everybody, for the record, school board has responsibilities around policy. They get to create, they get to eliminate, they get to revise. They have responsibilities of approving a budget. They have the responsibility of overseeing a superintendent in terms of setting goals, hiring, evaluating, and dismissing when needed. And then the overall governance of the school district. That is their responsibility. The responsibility of the superintendent is to make sure that operations are functioning at a high level, central office and within our schools, that teaching and learning is at a premium, and that the decisions that we are making will serve in the best interest of developing every single one of our students socially, emotionally, and academically. And that also means looking at data and making sometimes decisions that are not popular for some. I will say to everybody, I've been in education for 25 years, 24 years now. I have a very, very successful track record at every stop, backed up by data. And I know there are times when I am going to have to make decisions if we want to take this school district from good to great. And some of those decisions are not going to be popular. And in some cases, some of those decisions may not even work. But if we don't try, I don't know how you will ever get to great. And so what you're going to see in a few minutes is a culmination of a year of hard work, support from this school board, because if we didn't get the support with the things that I asked for, the report that you're getting ready to get in 5.01 would not even be possible. And I ask that as you listen to this report, whether you are a board member, a visitor in here, or a community member, I want you to think about the kind of progress that we made in only 1 year in a very, very competitive market. And then I want you to also think about where we're heading, the direction we're heading in. And as we build out this strategic plan over this year, we have an opportunity to engage people in a way that will allow for everybody to feel like they are a part of the direction this district is heading in over the next 5 years. And then you will hear in 5.02 the rationale supported with data on why the decision was made to modify the high school student schedules. So, Madam Chair, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to section 5, presentations. 5.01, readiness for opening of schools. Dr. Bedell.
Thank you. So as you all know, every year school districts are charged with preparing for the opening of schools, and that really requires a significant amount of work across departments throughout the school district. Today, you will have an opportunity to hear from 3 of our leaders that are now a part of this new reorg structure that we've created. Dr. Marquise Duarte, the Chief Academic Officer. You will then hear from our Chief Human Resource Officer, Ms. Jessica Cutches, and then you will hear from our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Bill Heiser. I am excited about the work that they have done and the work that everybody else has done in this room, and I'm ready. I've been excited for this for a while, so let's pass it on over to you all.
Can you hear me? All right, perfect. Good afternoon, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Marquise Duarte, and I'm the proud Chief Academic Officer for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I'm here today with 2 of my colleagues, Ms. Jessica Cutches and Dr. Bill Heiser, to provide you with an update on our system's readiness for the 2023-2024 school year. It is important that we never lose focus of our foremost charge, which is to ensure we unlock the potential in each and every student. Student learning and well-being is our mission. The concentric circle you see is a visual representation of how operations, our facilities, human resources, our people, and academics, teaching and learning, work in concert to fully support our students. Before we get into the contents of the presentation, we want to introduce you and review some key terms and acronyms you will be hearing throughout. We will begin first with an update on what the Division of Academics has been doing, what we are prepared to do, and what's on the horizon. This past spring and throughout the summer, the Department of Curriculum and Instruction, under the leadership of Mrs. Michelle Batten, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, and Ms. Karen Riley-Jeffers, our Coordinator of Elementary Mathematics, have worked diligently to devise a robust implementation plan that will ensure that Anne Arundel County Public Schools makes a seamless and effective transition to our new Reveal math program for grades K through 5. We understand the critical role elementary math plays in laying the foundation for secondary math, and our plan demonstrates a commitment to making certain that our principals, assistant principals, central office staff, and teachers are able to implement this program in a manner that will maximize student achievement. We are also proud to announce that Anne Arundel County Public Schools Maryland Leads application has been approved. These monies will support our forthcoming transition to the science of reading. We are certainly excited about this work, and special thanks goes to Mrs. Jane Gill, our Coordinator of Elementary Reading and Integrated Literacy, and her team for their continued efforts. The Office of School Performance, under the direction of Dr. Dawn Lucarelli, our Associate Superintendent for School Performance, and in collaboration with Mr. Jason Dykstra and his team in instructional data, have been revising our school improvement planning process to ensure this data-driven process and that is fully aligned to the key principles of improvement science that is based on the work of the Carnegie Foundation. We are confident that this shift will support and improve student outcomes. This summer, we welcomed over 500 new teachers to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. We also have 12 newly appointed principals and 13 principals who, by way of the transfer process, will be leading new communities. Knowing the critical role professional development plays in our systemic improvement efforts, multiple divisions around Anne Arundel County Public Schools have offered learning opportunities this past summer. These include our Summer Equity Symposium, led by Dr. Gillens and her team in the Division of Equity, our Rise Lead Conference, led by Dr. Heidi Oliver Ogilvie and her colleagues in the Department of Professional Growth and Development, our MTSS Conference, led by Ms. Tiffany Stewart-Klein and her team from the Department of Student Support Services, our Emergency and Legal Procedures Conference, organized and run by our Directors of School Performance, and quite possibly the most important summer learning, our new teacher orientation, led by the joint efforts of Mr. David Sembley and Dr. Zipporah Miller, representing our Office of Professional Growth and Development. As you can see, Anne Arundel County Public Schools is committed to offering diverse learning opportunities designed to meet the needs of all of our educators. It is important to note that Anne Arundel County Public Schools supported enrichment opportunities for over 10,000 students this summer, spread across 20 sites. We know that these enrichment opportunities are important to keeping students engaged and combating summer learning loss. We also assisted over 200 high school students with credit recovery and acceleration efforts. A special thanks goes to Mr. Orion, our summer school principal, and the entire summer school staff for their commitment to helping an additional 62 students graduate high school this past summer. I think Dr. Tobin, Mr. Silkworth, and Mrs. Frank can agree that attending that ceremony and seeing how proud his family was quite a treat. We are primed and ready to welcome over 85,000 students into our schools next week. This projected number represents the highest enrollment in our system's history and is directly associated with the amazing schools, programs, and services we have to offer here in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. We will do all we can to make certain that every student can belong, can grow, and can succeed. Our regional assistant superintendents have adopted a new school support model that will ensure we are customizing our support to schools based on community and principal needs. Our departments of curriculum instruction, advanced studies and programs, professional growth and development, student support services, and the Office of Equity will be supporting principals and teachers with ongoing support that is responsive in nature. Thanks to Dr. Bedell's leadership and your support as the Board of Education, Anne Arundel County Public Schools is ready for the systemic launching of our expansion of our EEE program. This was a tremendous win for all of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and we are truly excited. We also have added an additional 5 PK3 classrooms, which now gives us a total of 13. While we know we have much more work to do in this area, we are excited that we are taking another positive step in the right direction. In partnership with the Anne Arundel County Workforce Development Corporation and in support of the Maryland Blueprint, this year we will be initiating a comprehensive career coaching program in each of our middle schools. As we all know, middle school is a critical time in a student's development, and exposing students to wide varieties of career options helps students understand how today's learning connects with their aspirations for tomorrow. Thanks to the efforts of Dr. Kevin Hamlin and his team in the Department of Advanced Studies and Programs, and Mr. Pat Crane and his team in the Office of Educational Options, we have over 5,000 students accessing our choice programs, whether it be magnet, charter, or contract schools. And yes, that is correct. Anne Arundel County Public Schools sports teams amassed 23 state titles last year. And Mr. Culp, our coordinator of athletics, says we could very well top that number this year. Lastly, we'll close with what's on the horizon as we move into the 2023-2024 school year. We will be finalizing our STA, or single textbook adoption process, for our new elementary reading program, and to support us in our shift to the science of reading, we will bring to bear a full complement of resources in the form of a coalition of partnerships with organizations including the Reading League of Maryland, Anne Arundel County's chapter of the NAACP, the Summit School, Anne Arundel County Public Library System, and other partners willing to support us. This shift to the science of reading is critical. As we know, literacy is the spine that holds all learning together. And that's why we pledge to get this shift to the science of reading right. You'll also see we're exploring ways to enhance our advanced learner and gifted and talented offerings at the secondary school level. Ms. Solar and our Department of Advanced Studies has been researching what other prominent systems are doing in this area and drafting a series of recommendations that will help us close our excellence gaps. As you will see later today, we have some work to be done in our high school performance. And Mr. Jim Todd and our directors of school performance will be enacting a plan to improve schools across the board. A special thanks to Dr. Bedell for his support in expanding no-cost access to the PSAT for juniors and all sophomores. Having sophomores take the PSAT will not only support them in improved SAT performance and allow us to increase our number of National Merit Scholars, but it would also help our high school principals with opening access to advanced placement classes using AP Potential. We know two of our greatest opportunities rest with improved programming services for English language development students, as well as our students with disabilities. AACPS is not alone in its struggles in these areas. That's why we will be leveraging our acceptance into the large county-wide and suburban district consortium, which is a collective of 23 of the nation's most prominent suburban districts, including Montgomery County here in Maryland, Fairfax and Loudoun counties in Virginia, Palm Beach County in Florida, Fulton County and Cobb counties in Georgia, among others, networking with them to learn more about how we can improve outcomes for students. As I mentioned earlier, Carnegie Foundation's work on improvement science talks about network improvement communities. And this is why Dr. Bedell thought it'd be essential that we learn from other systems, much like teachers learn from teachers and schools learn from schools. Thank you, Dr. Bedell, for this remarkable resource. We hope to have our curriculum audit complete in the coming months, and our next steps in the process will be to review findings and recommendations and respond accordingly so that we can have a world-class curriculum. Lastly, in support of the forthcoming strategic plan, the Division of Academics will be developing a systemic K-12 teaching framework that builds on the work of scholars like Harvard's Dr. Richard Elmore. As you can see, we are doing all we can to help Anne Arundel County Public Schools move from good to great. Next, I will turn over to my colleague, Mrs. Jessica Cutchess.
Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Cutchis, Chief Human Resources Officer. Summer is always an exciting time in human resources. We get to hire, onboard, and meet all of our new educators. This year, HR was an even better place to be as we were able to offer new teachers over $58,000 starting salaries. An even better compensation package for our special educators that will receive an additional $2,000. Moving up in the rankings definitely helped with recruitment and retention this year. Because of the intentional focus over the last 2 years on educator salaries and working conditions, and in spite of the continued nationwide teaching staffing shortage, we are in a significantly better place this year than we were last year. We have currently hired 669 teachers as of today. That number keeps changing by the minute. We had a processing yesterday, so it's probably ticked up a few, but officially 669 teachers we've hired. Last year at this time, we hired 676. While we've hired a few less teachers than we did at last time, it's important to note that we have retained more, which is ultimately very important. Where do we hire new teachers from? We hire them from colleges, from other districts. They're career changers. They're from out of state. They're from out of the country. And in many cases, they're coming back from retirement. We've hired 184 Anne Arundel County Public School graduates and 30 people that interned with us we've since hired. So we're really excited that they've chosen to come back to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And we look forward to supporting them as educators in the same way we did when they were students with us. As of today, we have 168 classroom teacher vacancies. Last year at this time, we had 300. 97% of our classrooms are fully staffed. We have 8 school counselor positions that are still available and 2 school psychologist positions. We are fully staffed for pupil personnel workers and social workers. We will continue to recruit and hire for all positions. Due to the collaborative work of many different offices in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, all classroom positions have or will have a plan to ensure every student has a caring adult to meet them on the first day of school. Our substitute office is active and ready to support when teachers cannot be there, and we have 300 more active substitute teachers at the start of this school year than we did last year at this time. We have 317 active nationally board certified teachers, and 109 of our schools have at least one NBC teacher. Our team continues to work daily hard to bring on more and more educators and to onboard them as quickly and as efficiently as possible so that we can get them into the classrooms and supporting students. Under the leadership of Mr. Scott McGuire, Senior Manager of Human Capital, we had an enhanced laser focus on data this year. He was constantly in communications with the Office of School Performance and schools directly to ensure they knew their weekly vacancies at every turn. If they needed individual attention, he went to the school on site to help them with that. As I mentioned last year, the task of hiring teachers is no longer a cyclical event. We are continuing to be active recruiters. We are not passive. We're not waiting for people to come to us. We hosted 3 hiring events this school year that assisted with our hiring this summer. We will continue to hire and look year-round for quality individuals who want to belong, grow, and succeed, and who want the same for our students. This relentless pursuit will not end, as our students deserve nothing else. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Dr. Bill Heiser, Chief Operating Officer.
Good afternoon, President Tobin, members of the Board of Education, and Superintendent Bedell. For the record, I'm Bill Heiser, the Chief Operating Officer here in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Today, I'm providing you a brief report on the state of our operational readiness in the areas of facilities, food and nutrition services, and transportation services. Dr. Bedell's post-entry plan clearly lays out 2 operational goals that will position AACPS to go from good to great. Goal 1, to increase organizational effectiveness and efficiency by providing first-class support and service to schools, students, parents, and the community. Goal 2, to create a culture of trust through action with Team AACPS members. Facilities. Our facility division has had a very busy and productive summer. Construction and maintenance work happening at 85 out of 125 school facilities, ranging from major construction to reconstruction projects down to more necessary tasks such as painting and repairs. Many of these have wrapped up, and the larger project, as planned, will continue through the balance of the school year. We have added 5 security vestibules to our schools, with 20 more in the planning or construction stages. We're excited and proudly will reopen 3 new replacement schools: Quarterfield Elementary School, Hillsmere Elementary School, and Rippling Woods Elementary School. Also, we're excited about the opening of a 6-classroom early childhood education addition at Mead Heights Elementary School. All of our schools are fully stocked, cleaned, and ready for the first day of school. Our team has cleaned a total of 14.3 million square feet this summer. That's the equivalent of 9 M&T Bank stadiums where the Ravens play. So I want to applaud the hard work and important work by our facilities, operation, and maintenance workers spread across our county. At this time last year, our operating staffing vacancies was 90, and I'm happy to report that we only have 30 vacancies at this time. I also want to thank Kyle Roof, Director of Facilities, Jeff Hagan, Supervisor of Planning, Design, and Construction, and Mike McCafferty, Supervisor of Maintenance, for their leadership and teamwork to prepare our schools for our teachers, staff, and students to arrive on Monday. Food and nutrition services. Our food and nutrition services also well prepared for the upcoming school year. Food and supplies are in stock, and deliveries have been made to schools. Our online meal application is available to all families and continues to accept new applications. And our opening mandatory training was held on August 14th and the 21st. I'd also like to take this opportunity to share this amazing office led by Jody Rizzi, who you all know, Supervisor of Food and Nutrition Services. She's a shining star, and so is her team. They've received national coverage this summer. The USDE and U.S. Department of Education visited Tracy's Elementary School, along with Dr. Bedell, to shoot a video on summer meals and academic enrichment. Also at Tyler Heights, the School Nutrition Association produced a video. And the Institute of Nutrition Training video series will also be released in July and August. So at this time, last year, our food and nutrition services had 264 vacancies. And we currently have 98 vacancies just as of this morning. While this is a huge decrease, these vacancies put our cafeteria staff and schools under some pressure. We acknowledge that. And we'll continue to work with Ms. Cutchess and her office to recruit and hire staff throughout the year so that we can ensure first-class support and service to our schools. In the area of transportation, our transportation system is the backbone of our educational operations, ensuring that students have a safe, reliable, and efficient access to our schools. As of the current academic year, we'll transport approximately 57,610 students daily across 645 routes, covering over 52,722 miles, which is more than twice the circumference of the Earth. That's a lot of road. I'm pleased to report that we've made significant strides in our readiness to provide transportation services for the upcoming school year. We all remember the challenges last year: driver shortages, communications with families, and unreliability of routes running daily. It was our responsibility as a system to address and as a team to address these issues, to better serve our students and our families and our entire community. And I believe we've positioned ourselves well to do that. We've implemented a comprehensive route optimization program utilizing GIS mapping. This initiative aims to create more efficient routes, reducing travel time and fuel consumption while ensuring the safety of our students. Additionally, the investment was made and we continue to increase our alternative vehicles program, bringing our total capacity to 45. To improve communication with parents, guardians, and our community, we're introducing, through the help of Bob Mosier's office, a dedicated app that will provide daily bus alerts so that parents and community can stay updated on cancellation and delays. Bus schedules have been posted online for the entire community to see. We're also piloting this year a Z-Pass for schools located in the Crofton cluster. This card will ensure and help ensure and measure bus ridership, and it will be rolled out during the first semester. There'll be more to come on this information. Now, since last school year, we implemented several successful strategies which have had a positive effect and impact. When we have an adequate workforce, we know that we can increase access to the excellent, robust educational opportunities here in our county that we just heard from Dr. Duarte to serve our students. Hourly increases and bonuses for bus drivers had a significant impact, and for that, I commend Dr. Bedell, our board, and county government. Last year, we began the year with 68 bus driver vacancies. This year, as of this morning, we have 0 vacancies, with 62 drivers in training pipeline, and our alternative vehicles have only 0 vacancies as well, with 9 in the pipeline in training. Now, this vacancy situation is wonderful, but there's a caution. It's very fluid. It's extremely competitive environment. It's a national challenge, as you've heard about from the news media, causing school systems across the country and even in our state of Maryland at neighboring districts to struggle finding enough drivers. Drivers have been recruited away to work for UPS, FedEx, or Amazon. This has caused surrounding school systems to be very aggressive in poaching our own contracted drivers with higher hourly wages. In fact, the neighboring school system has successfully hired away some of our drivers just in the past week with higher hourly rates and bonuses. Lastly, our 0 vacancies does not necessarily mean that every route will be automatically covered every single day. That's our goal. But we still work to create a bench for drivers who are absent, and that will happen on day 1. We will continue to work with our contractors to fill those driver vacancies and promise transparency and continual communication with you, the board, and our communities about our bus routes and any vacancies that occur. I want to take a moment to thank Terry Whitehead, the Supervisor of Transportation, Don Swift, and the entire transportation team for their efforts this summer to ensure that we are well prepared to transport our students safely, reliably, and efficiently on the first day of school. At this time, this concludes our readiness update. We would like to turn it back over to President Dr. Tobin, and we invite any questions that you may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to go ahead and, oh gosh, do I have the order for today? Do round robin.
You began with Mr. Silkworth today.
Okay. And just because I know there may be a number of questions or comments, so I will begin with Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, Dr. Tubman. I don't have any questions, but I do want to absolutely make the comment. As I look around, I want to thank you for the presentation. It is marvelous in terms of readiness for our kids for this year. Boy, it looks like we're really there. And as I look around this room and look at the leadership that we have, Dr. Bedell, I want to thank you so much for putting together this leadership team. I just have to think, I just think our kids, our teachers, our staff, our communities are in such great hands. Please know how much we appreciate every single thing that you do. And we all know that we all do this for our kids. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, thank you. I think that the Z-Pass idea is a great idea. I just wanted to ask a few more questions about that. And if it is successful, what kind of system-wide implementation timeline do you think you would have?
It's a great question. We're going to be piloting this in the first semester, and we'll roll it out likely after the first month or so of school. Very grateful to Mr. Brodowski and his team in technology, and it's a team effort. And so it's It's a major contribution that you see to departments, really three. It's not only the Department of Transportation, Department of Technology, but also Dr. Duarte's office working hand in glove to make sure that we roll it out smoothly. And that's the biggest thing here. We were going to roll it out sooner, actually, on the first day of school, but we wanted to make sure, to Dr. Bedell's always points out, great leaders make sure things are polished. Mr. Badowski also points this out. So we want to make sure we get it right and get good feedback on this pilot. We'll then evaluate it through the course of the year, and then we'll look at and think as a team how we might roll this out to the remainder of the schools over time. Well, I don't have a timeline at this point, Ms. Frank, but I'd like to come back to you around what that timeline might look like. We do have a sense of urgency, but we want to make sure we get it right.
Understood. Can you explain the program a little bit and what it looks like in practice?
In real time, sure. So schools and principals will be provided cards, similar to we have to get into this room here, a card key. And those will be distributed to all students in the Crofton cluster. We'll send out very clear communication about how students are to utilize those, what parents can expect. It helps us track bus ridership. So how it will be implemented is as you see students that will be getting onto a bus, they'll show their card and they'll be able to scan that card, and then it will read which students are on the bus and are not. It'll help us with tracking. It does not mean that we'll turn away students if they don't have their card. I think that's really important. But it's really important that we get students in the habit of utilizing this technology, because over time, it's a universal card and it'll be used for much more than just transportation. We can see this being used in terms of accessing athletic events and other kinds of things.
So I do, if you want to, I do want to get more granular into this. So either I would love to get, maybe a specific presentation once you guys start to roll this out, or I can just ask maybe one or two more questions, whatever the preference is. But I am really, I have gotten calls from parents. My kid got off on the wrong bus stop. We don't know where they are. So I have long said I would love to see a program that kind of really gets into, who's riding and where they're getting on and off. And it, I think, would help our utilization efforts as well as to how many kids are riding it every day as opposed to how many are just asking to be able to ride it. So I think it's great, and I would love to get more information.
And we'd be happy to provide that for you in the
thank
future. Thank you.
And Ms. Frank, that is the intent of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is we know that we have students getting off at the wrong stop, sometimes getting off at stops and hanging out with their friends, and we're all panicking, trying to figure out where these kids are. And then probably 8 o'clock at night, oh, they're over at their cousin's house and the parents didn't know. So having these passes, I like to refer to them as tappers, will allow for us to have immediate information, and the parents will be able to have immediate information on the whereabouts of where their kids are. But in this pilot, what's going to have to happen is there's going to have to be discipline on the parts of our parents too, to make sure that our kids are carrying the badges or the tappers and holding on to them, because we want to get the data going in is only what's going to come out is only as good as what goes in. And so in order to make sure that we have reliable and valid data, we're going to have some support from our parents in this pilot.
Understood. Yeah, no, I think this is great, and I hope that it is something that we can roll out sooner rather than later. I have other questions on other topics. Do you want us to go through again, or?
I think let's go around and then I'll come back to you. Okay, thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. I've never felt so thoroughly prepared as this year. And certainly, Dr. Bedell, that's a credit to you and the team that you've built. But clearly, you took this first year, and in my view, you have identified the areas where we had concerns. The math, science of reading, ninth graders giving an extra focus there. These are the things that have been weighing on us for some time, and I'm really pleased. I want to jump up and down and scream about the 0 vacancies in transportation. That is just, if you had told us last year, well, don't worry, next year we'll have none, we probably wouldn't have believed it. So, I was looking at the personnel report. It looks like we're bringing in some experienced teachers. The changes we made in the budget, I think definitely help with that. So overall, I'm excited and pleased and grateful. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say this. We are bringing in experienced teachers in schools where they need experienced teachers. And that is huge. Lindale, I met several of them and they're like, we are coming into this district because we want to work at Lindale.
That's awesome.
And it's just refreshing. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. That's great to hear. And the Z-Pass. So we had a transportation consultant come in and work with us and point out, where we had some issues. And one of it was just not having the data, not knowing who was riding what buses. That's going to be huge. So when we tried the opt-in program, it was rolled out in such a restrictive way because parents were told if your student's going to need to ride a bus a single day in the school year, then they need to opt in. Where if we had the data and students had these cards, then students could opt out of bus transportation and still ride in exceptional circumstances because you wouldn't have to budget for every single student that's eligible. So I imagine that we often way over budget the number of seats we need on buses because there's many students who aren't actually riding them. So that's another big benefit of having that data. So I'm excited to see how that rolls out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Tobin, and thank you, folks. This is, I think, the best start to the school year report I've had in my term here. So, and I don't mean to dismiss prior year's work, but we have come a long way. And it's so refreshing not to see that big C word showing up everywhere on a screen. And incredibly excited that people are recognizing how great Anne Arundel County is and how wonderful our school system is. But continuing to move forward, I'll just say on behalf of Crofton, we're looking forward to being the pilot. So thank you for choosing us. And when I look at the profile, it does make sense that Crofton is a very nice contained environment to do the pilot with. Speaking of safety, I am a little curious as to how, I know last year was not just a rocky start. I'm wondering how well this is working. In regards to transportation, part of it had to do with the safety when the kids are getting on and off the buses and some of the additional burdens that parents having to drive their students with. And although we're going to see a lot less of that this year, I am curious to see what kind of progress we're making out in the community safety-wise, as far as the crossing guards, and then the health safety as it relates to the nurses, which are two areas that we do not directly control, but they certainly are a key player and an integral part of the AACPS family. Is there any additional information to add in regards to progress on some of those staffing deficiencies and any enhancements that we may have made in the course of solving some of those labor issues?
You want to attack it, or you? Okay.
The first question certainly would be the first part of that question in regard to community safety and our work with our county government as it relates to crossing guards. There is a large crossing guard shortage. That's a national shortage as well. But we've had several meetings with our counterparts over there to make sure that we're increasing the opportunities to advertise for these positions. And we're finding a number of ways to do that. And we're doing it in targeted ways. So we're identifying communities that have major shortages, and there may be opportunity to speak at back to school nights where we capture communities and grandparents and other community members who might be interested, and also working specifically, not with all principals, but with a few select principals in Dr. Duarte's office to make sure that those things go out in bulletins and things that are going home to parents. So there are ways there. And I'll just say anecdotally, I have been very impressed with the customer service initially that's happening from our transportation office. It's an area of focus for me that we improve in that area. We're not quite where we want to be yet, but we're going to get there. And part of that customer service is listening to communities around where bus stops are and how they sit. They know their communities best. And we have to make decisions that make sense for transportation and for our drivers, but also for the safety of kids. And we'll continue to do that listening as we go forward, particularly in the first several weeks of school, because we learn a lot in those weeks.
Let me add on to that, because this is just part of that piece that we talked about in the entry plan and the post-entry plan around customer service. And this is a prime example of us listening and trying to respond to meeting the needs of some of the issues within the community. And so we're off to a better start on that. I will also say that one of the things we did last year at every single listening and learning tour, we had recruitment tables set up. So we had the health department at all of them. We had the library system. We had our HR department, and if I'm not mistaken, the police department.
Mm-hmm.
And so part of why I believe some of these numbers look better now is a result of those efforts. And so when you heard Dr. Hauser said, we will do this at back to school events and set up tables so we can work on continuously recruiting, we know that that's paid dividends. Crossing guard situation, while it is not under our control, last year at this time, we had 57 vacancies. We're sitting at 41 now. So we know that there's still some work that needs to be done there. And I don't have the nursing numbers yet. I don't know that it's significant in terms of the amount of vacancies that we have in that area. I don't think it's a major issue at this point.
Great. In my ideal world, we would have a little more perhaps collaboration as it relates to the bike and ped plans and some of the long range plans that Department of Public Works, specifically with traffic, with shouldering and other things. Now that once we get done with redistricting, we are going to know with a lot more certainty and have a lot more stability in that route, in those routes. And I would hope that we would take that as an opportunity maybe to collaborate, because what we find ourselves is band-aiding the little areas, or they creep up on you. Next thing you know, you have 2 more townhouse homes, sitting on Brockbridge Road, for example, and all of a sudden the pedestrian and the traffic and the need for crossing guards sort of emerges fairly quickly on us. But it starts with that structural planning. So I really appreciate these efforts, and I hope we can continue to work towards that and maybe continue to enhance. Maybe the county can find it in their heart to, in addition to adding to some of our parks, maybe add a few more dollars to those salaries for some of those deficiencies. I don't have any other questions. I mean, we are off to a great start. I just want to thank my colleagues and the community for having faith. I mean, I know a lot of the organizational stuff is a result of some of these consultants we've used, including Gibson. And many, many years ago, it seems like forever, my very first year here, this was my budget request, was to get us an operational and performance sort of snapshot to help guide us so that as we're developing our new strategic plan and as we are continuing to evolve in a very rapid changing environment, that we have that agility. So I want to thank everyone for having that faith to foresee that now we are sitting here much better, and it's greatly appreciated. Don't have too many other questions, just reminding people that are listening to please be extra safe. We've been cruising around the summer without the lights on those school zones, and in addition to getting a nasty little ticket from the bus auto ticketing system, we really want our kids to be safe. So I know we're going to be more safe this year just by looking at those numbers, but always good gentle reminders to folks. And looking forward to some of the back to school visits and having a fabulous year.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim.
I just want to say thank you. This report is fantastic. I'm ecstatic about what I see in all corners of this report and every division, transportation high among those, but also food and nutrition workers. So I was essentially volunteer custodial staff at Severna Park Middle School through most of last year until my back finally gave out. And they were shy on custodial staff. They were shy on food and nutrition service workers. And I saw firsthand like what that results at a school level in a middle school. That's huge, and what that sort of meant for the ease of lunch and the efficiency of lunch. And so so seeing that we're doing much better this year just brings me a lot of joy. And yeah, I think we're ready based on what I'm seeing, and I'm delighted. So thank you to everyone involved, to Dr. Bedell, to all of you, and to all of your staff that you work with. This is really good news. So thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Dent.
Thank you. So first of all, I have to give a shout out to who he didn't know I was going to do this. So Mr. Dickerson. Thank you very much for all the support that you all gave us in getting ready for the backpack explosion in District 1. I can't say enough about this hire, so I don't know who decided to hire him, but I think he did a good job.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I have to publicly say that. I mean, like, one phone call, 2 minutes later, I got another phone call, and then it's like, are you okay? I'm so good right now. So thank you very much. In saying that, I also want to say thank you to the team that put together this academic human resource and operations report. I like that. I was trying to think of an acronym that would work, but I wasn't able to think of that. So, I'm from the military, so I'm very acrimonious. But I will tell you that this is probably, you're not going to be able to top this. So whoever's your replacement, whatever the work that you all have done, you're not going to be able to top this. So I'm not going to try. But what I am going to say is that I was at Fort Meade about a week ago in Miss Ellis' place for a town hall. So thank you for missing it and allowing me to sit in. What was great about it is that I actually said that we're not going to have a hiring problem because we have a dynamic team that has been recruiting from day one. And now they've been given the budget to allow us to recruit what we know we need here in Anne Arundel County. So I'm saying, number one, thank you all for making that a truth, right? But at the same time, I want to thank this board for working with the county to make sure that we had an adequate budget in place, and to Ms. Schulheim for all the effort that they did, Matt Stansky, everybody, in making sure we had the budget, because we couldn't do this without that budget. And we can sit here and say that we are still, we're in a good place, but we still need more funding, and we still need adequate funding to make that number go to zero, right? And so I want to tell you that the fight doesn't stop. The fight just begun, because now you're showing us what you can do, okay? And so we want to do more. I always say that funding and properly resourced will get us what we need. And if we ensure, and if we truly believe our motto, which is everything we do is focused on student success, then money should not be an object. It should just be a multiplier for making us so successful. So thank you all for that. Now, back to my question. So we were talking about, and this is for you, Dr. Heiser. So we were talking about the transportation and the multiple streams of transportation that we're going to use, and that the Z-Pass is a pilot. I would like for you to elaborate a little bit more on the Z-Pass, and then how long you think it's going to be a pilot, and how long before it gets over into other parts like of District 1.
Yeah, I think it'll be a year. It'll be a year-long pilot this school year, and
Okay.
I think the following school year we'll look tentatively to implement that on a larger scale. We really need to learn from our students in the Crofton area and their families around, and get them in the habit of carrying this cart, and how that'll be used in terms of helping us assess ridership and those kinds of things. And then essentially working also across departments, the way I described before, as well as with the budget office, and see what implications they have. It's going to have widespread implications. I think we've shared that. So, initially this card will measure ridership, whether a student has gotten onto a bus. That's the first step of this. The second phase down the road, no pun intended, is to measure when students get off and on buses. So this initial phase is not intended to figure out whether a student has gotten on and they got right off, but it will tell us whether they got on. And we're going to learn a lot from this. And as I said, it indicated before, as we roll this out very thoughtfully throughout an entire school system with 85,000 students, we want to be thoughtful. We want to be strategic about how we do this, because we view this as a universal card, as we indicated, to gain access and to help essentially assess and determine the behaviors of what our students are doing in a very productive and safe way. It's really about safety, isn't it?
Yes.
And helping parents and communicating with them, which I think that any parent, any guardian, any community member, daycare would want that. So we're excited about it.
All right. Thank you. That was my question. I've gotten a lot of questions on the Z-Pass, but I think you answered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn.
Sure. So definitely echo what everybody else on the dais has said today. This was a very informational presentation, and I'm really happy to see that our numbers trending in a positive direction. So I did have one question. So these past 2 summers, I've had the opportunity to volunteer at one of our summer programs for world languages, and it's an amazing program, as you know, as we all know. So I just had a question if there's a plan to continue funding these programs or working in these programs, as to my knowledge, the funding for them currently comes from grant money. So I'm just wondering if there's a plan to continue operating these summer programs.
It's on. All right. So Ms. Lynn, that's a great question. So we're going to look in terms of budget season is approaching. So as Dr. Bedell crafts his FY25 budget, we're going to have to take a deep look at what we can continue, because there are some grant funds that are running out. We do want to support the integrity of student learning, student enrichment opportunities. So when we take this critical analysis of the budget and maybe what kind of redirections we have to make and where we have to kind of squeeze down some areas, we will do that in a manner that we'll look first at those things that are tangential or peripheral to student experiences and student learning, and try to protect the integrity of your learning experiences, your enrichment experiences, and give you an opportunity to give back, like you said, in your community, to help students in terms of world language. So can't make any promises at this point, but I will tell you that we have budget priorities. We're in budget season right now. And so when we take a look at the budget, we're going to look primarily at how do we support the core of the organization, which is the students in teaching and learning. So stay tuned for details on that. You can certainly talk to Dr. Bedell right next to you about budget season coming up and put a plug in his ear about that as well. So, but we'll do all we can to support student enrichment experiences and student learning experiences.
Yeah, and I think it's important for the community to know that with ESSER money leaving, we were able to fund a lot of things. We're talking about a $40 million or so hit to our budget. And it's not just Anne Arundel County, it's every school district across the country. So we are going to have to make those decisions on what stays and what needs to go away. But in terms of students, as you all know, Blueprint in the college and career readiness aspect of it all really wants us to make sure that we are providing opportunities for students to get internship, externship experiences, workforce readiness experiences. So last year, we were very intentional in asking for 200 slots to be able to do these types of things and fund these types of initiatives. And I can assure you, we will continue to request in the budget for more opportunities for students to be able to continue to do some of the experiences that you had this past summer. So that's really the commitment I can give you, is that we will have a budget line that will still allow for students to be able to intern and have some access to those college and career readiness summer components.
And this also applies for the elementary school camps for grades 4, 5, and 6, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a couple of things I wanted to ask about, and thank you to Mr. Lynn for the segue into languages. I wanted to ask, I believe we're rolling out at Tyler Heights our bilingual dual language. Can we hear a little bit about how that's going and what we anticipate?
Yep, absolutely. So this will be the inaugural year, kickoff year, in terms of a partnership with rolling out the dual language immersion program you talked about. We're going to start small scale. So the way that we have been advised to start these programs is in the early stages of elementary school, early childhood. So starting in kindergarten and first grade, and then growing that up. So we've been very fortunate that the principal Walsh there at Tyler Heights has done an amazing job of hiring a lot of dual language staff. So we're good in that area. There are some staff that have to now pass an additional certification, which they have, so that they can be certified to teach in this particular program. So we will be starting this year, if I'm not mistaken, in kindergarten and first grade, and then growing it up through there from that point forward.
So is this a situation where people applied, or it's just the structure for kindergarten and first grade there?
Applied for, I'm sorry.
It's not like a magnet structure,
no,
right?
this is-
It's
no,
just
no,
what
just-
you're doing at
no.
that.
Mhm.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly. Great. Well, yeah. Yep. That's wonderful news. As you know, this has been near and dear to my heart for a very long time, and I think is just a huge asset for our students. And I always like to put a plug in for world languages, because I think the benefits are beyond just the particular language. They have profound impacts on our students and our really valuable career assets as students move out into the world. The other thing I wanted to ask about with regard to transportation, I mean, again, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. This is a phenomenally wonderful report to see and hear, and I couldn't be more grateful to everyone involved for all that I can only surmise has gone into getting us here. With regard to covering the bus routes, I know when we got to the point last year where basically we had covered the routes, the next question was there were some that remained overcrowded. And so what is our plan with regard to that this year? I mean, obviously the Z-Pass can have a lot of implications for that way down the road, but right now, what sort of position are we in terms of any overcrowding?
Right. Overcrowding, none that we know of. But again, the first couple weeks of school are very telling and allow us an opportunity, and specifically our transportation specialists, who are really divided by region and cluster. They're instrumental in this work and making sure they're getting good feedback and triangulating between what they hear from students and parents, what they hear from community members, what they hear from their drivers. It's very, very important. And so we're going to obviously keep an eye not only on vacancies, but overcrowding is an issue that we're squarely focused on. And we'll be able to provide some data as we go along and make adjustments as we go along. I think that's, any great transportation team makes adjustments and pivots, and they demonstrated that last year. And we're starting off in a much stronger place now where we can do that. So,
yeah, our consultant that worked with us for a couple of years on this, I think one of the things she used to say is that routing is a daily activity. It's not something you do once and it's done. So obviously the flexibility, the ability to take in the data and respond to it. But we were just in a crunch in a lot of areas last year, obviously, because we were in a crunch. So I know that families are sort of waiting to see. And of course it's a cycle, right? So if a student finds they're having trouble getting on at one bus stop because it's crowded, they'll go to another one, and then you kind of set up that problem. So, but I'm sure the team is on top of it, and thank you for that. I think that concludes my questions. So I'll do a quick whip round again. Anything further, Mr. Silkworth?
Yes, I just want to remind some of our folks that are watching. You heard that we have 0 vacancies with our bus drivers. Please know that that's a great thing, but please know also that we have to build a group of substitutes so that it is likely, we don't want it to happen, but it is likely that at some point in time, there may be an uncovered route. And so, I mean, it's very positive where we are, but I just wanted to make that reminder. And also another reminder, we talked about only having 168 teacher vacancies. That's great. Also, every single one of our classes, when students walk in, will have a very highly qualified individual to teach them. So just wanted to make sure that we remind folks about that. And then also, I'd like to take the opportunity to wish all of our students, teachers, and staff a great opening. And for our students, for me, AAA counts, attendance with a positive attitude will result in a good bit of achievement. And so I wrote down a couple things. Be there, be ready, be prepared, be involved, be polite, be thoughtful, be yourself, and be proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to go on record as stating that I, as the representative of District 3, asked about the Z Pass first, Ms. Dent. So. So I just wanted to clear the air on that one. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, I did have a couple of questions about the vacancies. I'm glad to hear that, we are absolutely focused on transportation in such a, such a particular way. I think that that's going to be hopefully leap years ahead of where we have been. And I think that that's great. And I love to see the alternative vehicles as well. I think that's really been helpful. The one question I did have, when we are saying that there are no vacancies, I know that we have some folks, I have a bunch of folks on my road who are retired bus drivers. Some retired bus drivers will take parts of routes, or they will take school field trips and things of that sort. So they may be a CDL driver that is under the employment of a contractor. So are you counting the folks that aren't running full routes? Or are you saying that every route in the school has a dedicated bus driver?
I'd have to find out exactly to answer your question. I don't want to answer it the wrong way and give you misinformation. I can assure you, though, that all the routes have been shared with our contractors, and they're doing dry runs, which is great. And those dry runs are being done by drivers, whether they're full-time or part-time is the aspect of the answer that I'd like to really give you more specific information on.
Yeah, I would love to know just when we're counting vacancies, if we're counting the routes being covered as opposed to an employee being available. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
It does. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis? Ms. Corkadell? Ms. Shawhan? Ms. Dent? Mr. Lynn? All right, that concludes it. Well, thank you very much. Yes. You have given us a great start.
All right, Madam President, this does go back to some of the conversation we had when we put the slides up during those listening and learning tours, where we said to people, it costs money to be great. And you sometimes have to pay in order to get people to want to come and work in your organization. And I think sharing that information with all of the community, showing them those data slides on where we lined up against other school districts, it gave them context. It gave them a reason to say, hey, we know we have to do more in a county that, is viewed as the third wealthiest county in the 11th richest state in the country. And so we feel that it's paying dividends, but to your point, Ms. Dent. We still have work to do. This next presentation is a very important presentation because, I mean, you heard from one of our student speakers, one of our seniors at Annapolis High School. I take every decision that I make as it pertains to the well-being of students seriously. I'm never going to put students in a harmful situation with the decisions that we make. I also think it's important for the record that I say to everybody, you know, part of my job is sometimes I have to protect us from ourselves. And in doing that means that some of the decisions aren't going to be popular. In this presentation that you will get with modifications to the high school student schedules, we're going to give you context. We're going to give you the process that we went through before we made the decision. And then we're going to provide data to you as to why we feel that this is important and give you comparison data to what other school districts are doing. I can assure you, before I came into this county, we didn't offer flex periods. Some districts don't offer it at all. And I think in our county, we've been very, very generous. And the data is telling us that we're going to have to do something different if we really want to truly make sure that all of our kids are graduating out of this school district globally competitive and ready to thrive. So Dr. Duarte is going to take us through this presentation. And then at the conclusion of it, we will be very excited to field any questions that any of you may have.
All right, so hey, good afternoon again. I'm here to give you a brief presentation outlining the background and rationale for the modification to our high school schedule. As noted in his 100-day entry plan, Dr. Bedell stated that he and this Board of Education had a high sense of urgency for ensuring that Anne Arundel County Public Schools graduate students who are college and career ready, as well as globally competitive. In light of my prior comments about graduates who are college and career ready, as well as globally competitive, I thought it would be prudent to begin with two key principles. First, that our core work as a public school system is improving teaching and learning. Second, both in terms of research and anecdotally, we know that learning is primarily the summation of two factors: teaching time and targeted instruction. The more time teachers have, the more they can target instruction and the more students will learn. Here is a comparison of last year's best schedule juxtaposed with our modified schedule for this coming school year. Most notably, and where the concern lies, is the absence of the AM Flex block in the 2023-2024 school year schedule. Please note that the additional Flex mod in last year's schedule was a response to students' needs during and immediately following COVID-19. It was never intended to remain in perpetuity. It is also important to note that MSDE has reinstated its pre-pandemic accountability measures, so we have to respond by adding back time for academic teaching and learning. Further, with the loss of the additional COVID-related funding, we will likely have to reduce our after-school tutoring programs and supports, which once again buttresses the need for more instructional time. There was a three-pronged rationale for this decision. First, the modified schedule actually enhances our pre-pandemic high school schedule by ensuring all schools have 30 daily minutes of flex time. As some board members might recall, there were schools prior to Dr. Bedell's arrival that had 0 daily minutes of flex time. Now, as a matter of equity, all schools have flex time. Second, when you extrapolate the 30 minutes of daily flex time over the course of a week, you arrive at 150 weekly minutes of time for students to engage in clubs and activities and to receive social-emotional support. Third, this 150 minutes we now have is key because when contrasted with 10 other systems from Central Maryland, we still offer as much or more than all 10 systems. More specifically, 7 of the 10 that we polled offered far less than the 150 minutes per week that we offer. 3 offered the same amount, but none offered more than Anne Arundel County Public Schools does. Let's talk about what the schedule supports. Academics. This schedule places roughly 12% of instructional time back into each class on a student's schedule. When converted to instructional minutes, this 12% equates to 900 minutes or 15 hours per full year class. This is a substantial amount of time that places our students at a disadvantage in terms of being college and career ready and globally competitive. In essence, our students would have 15 hours less time to master the content in state required and assessed courses like English 10 and algebra, as well as advanced placement and IB courses. However, and this point is critical, our schedule still affords students just as much, and in many cases more, than all of our neighboring systems in Central Maryland offer theirs. We must also keep in mind that the curriculum is the curriculum. And what I mean is the expectations for covering and mastering content are fixed. So if students have less time in their academic classes during the day, the additional 15 hours per class is displaced to students' time outside of school. That is, students end up doing more work outside of school without the direct support of a teacher and at the detriment of time with their family, time for internships and apprenticeships, time for dual enrollment in work, and ultimately just time to be teenagers. This decision was not made arbitrarily or unilaterally. This is an issue that was brought to Dr. Bedell by way of our high school principals. The decision was made after multiple conversations during last year's high school principal meeting, starting in October all the way till May. As a follow-up to those meetings and throughout this process, Dr. Bedell had discussions with both senior leadership and his executive team about these schedule concerns. Again, there were months of discussion related to the impact the schedule was having on teaching time and ultimately on student achievement. After months of careful deliberation, the decision was made and communicated to principals in early June. Remember, last year's schedule was never intended to be permanent. It was a bridge from the immediate aftermath of COVID and back to normalcy. The decision was and remains about student achievement, which is even more important given the students' pandemic-based learning loss and due to the following data. These numbers represent our 2022 state rankings compared to the other 23 systems in Maryland. As you can see, we are not a top 5 system in any major reporting category. And in most instances, we are at the middle or the bottom half of Maryland. Another point of concern is that we had just 5 class of 2022 National Merit semifinalists. To give you context, around the same time, Howard County had 96, Montgomery County had over 150. If you know anything about Dr. Bedell, he's data-driven and very competitive. So clearly, these data do not sit well with him, nor should it sit well with any of us. Rest assured, however, these data will improve. As someone who is a high school counselor, high school teacher, and high school principal, and someone who has central office experience in both student support services and in academics, I, along with all of our staff, understand the need for balance, and our current schedule strikes that balance. Follow this logic chain of sorts. For students to belong, they need social-emotional support. Our schedule provides for this need. For students to grow, they need ample instructional time. Our schedule provides for this need. If students belong and grow, they will succeed. If our students succeed, we will make good on our promise of becoming a great school system. The schedule has been decided, but we will work with leadership to ensure that those students with social-emotional needs that cannot be addressed in our weekly allotment of time are supported by our complement of student support services staff. Second, while the allotted time of 150 weekly minutes of flex time remains fixed and unchanged, school leaders are encouraged to work with various student organizations and constituent groups to determine how to best maximize this time based on specific needs. For example, here are the flex time components and guidelines that were provided to high school principals when the schedule was released. We are open to a discussion of allowing principals, based on student and school need, to reorient this framework to some extent. That is, we recognize that maybe some schools need more flex time that is focused on social-emotional learning, while other schools need more flex time for clubs and additional learning support. However, what we all know is that all of our students need more instructional time. I'd like to return to where we began by once again framing the importance of 2 key principles: Our core work as an education enterprise is teaching and learning, and we must not lose sight of this. Time is our scarcest resource in school and in life, and our best tool for improving student learning is time on task. We did not take time away from students. We simply reinvested that time in a manner that provides the ideal balance between support for students' social-emotional needs without compromising students' academic needs. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for the opportunity to engage in this very important discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duarte. I will again go around and give my colleagues opportunities to ask questions or make comments. So we will begin again with you, Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. So this is not a new issue for me, having been in the classroom not that very long ago. And I would suggest for the past 15 to 20 years of my career, we had many discussions about flex time, and there were changes made. So I'm just going to make a couple comments. I don't have any questions. I do thank you for your presentation. It was really great, Dr. Duarte. A reminder for students, having been there and knowing that there are many of our students that use their time wisely, there are also many of our students that, with the added flex time, did not use it really for educational purposes. They used it for social time. And so I caution our students out there, time is precious. Use that time appropriately and wisely. Now, when this was actually first brought to me, I did have a few recommendations, and of course, that's all they are. One of them is I was a bit concerned about perhaps additional times for clubs and activities, because some of our students, their reason for being, they come to school because of their music programs or their art programs. And of course, this schedule does have some time for that. Over the course of time, we may find out maybe we need to make some adjustments to allow some additional time for that. When it comes to remediation, with this schedule, teachers have a lot more time, students have a lot more time in class, and I would say to teachers, this should give you the opportunity to be able to build within your lessons time for reteaching, relearning, remediation, and help for students. Every teacher should be doing that in my mind. So once again, for me, this is not a new issue. It is a very, very important issue. I think it's absolutely the right decision. And I thank Dr. Bedell for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank.
Trying to pull up the slide so that I can see the one that I was looking at. Hold on. Okay, so one of the concerns that I had, which is probably a little bit different than some of my colleagues, as we are increasing our SEL staff and you know, we have some budget focus on social emotional learning. I was not under the impression as we move forward with that that would be sort of distributed to all students. It seemed to me that we had, after COVID, a lot of students with very particular needs and very particular requirements for extra support. So my concern with this schedule is, if students do not have SEL needs that are inherent in their ability to succeed, why would we be requiring that in a schedule, and why would we be creating that? I absolutely support the need for more instructional time, but in this case, I think for students who could have more instruction, you're kind of taking that by presenting things that they may not need.
Yeah. So understand your concern, point well taken. And I think that goes back to one of the closing slides where we said we're open to an ongoing conversation, and that principals can work with their student associations and organizations, with their constituent groups, to really look at the framework that we've laid out as guidance for high school principals and then figure out what works for their particular school community. And so to your point, does every student need a 30-minute block of social emotional learning every day? Obviously, the answer to that question is every student, no. But some students do. So we're trying to get to a point that schools can be responsive to their particular school community. So we've set up a guidance, it's framework with a fixed number of times. Now, how they move some of those components within that time, that's what we're open to in a conversation, allowing our principals to work, like I said, with those student groups to figure out what works best for their student body.
Okay, are you going to be discussing that with parents as well? Because I think the parents have a very great perspective on what their students need emotionally as well. And I think we should be bringing them into these conversations too.
Yeah, so a lot of that conversation in terms of the reorientation of that framework will be left up to school principals. Now, it's best practice for them. And as we talked about, didn't just say student organizations, associations. I also talked about constituent groups, which include parents. So as principals are having these conversations with those organizations, student organizations, they also should be obviously looping parents into any modification they may make within the context of the framework that we've laid out.
And is there an opt-out option for these,
For
social and emotional learning time?
to just opt out completely?
Yes.
Not at this point, no. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I would want to look into something like that. I would be interested. I would not allow my students, if they were in high school, to partake in these particular types of engagement. I don't want that for my kids because I think that their focus should be on academics. I'm sure that there are other parents who probably feel the same way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I think it's very important. Excuse me. I know Dr. Bedell did send a letter to the community, but I think it still left some questions in people's minds. And so I think this is a more thorough dive into what went into this decision. I still have some questions and concerns, so I am going to raise that now, but I do think that this was very helpful, so I appreciate it. So this is going to go in particular, we heard from an Apex Arts student, and I'm, I've had students in that program since 2014. So I'm very aware of their unique challenges. I know that they're not the only students that traveled to other locations, but they're the ones I know of. And I do know that the seniors in the Apex Theater program, at the very least, go every single day to Studio 39. And so the question is, how is this equitable to them, and how are we going to give them the opportunity? And also, I'm sorry, if I recall the new schedule, so lunch happens
During Mod 3.
right, which is when Studio 39 begins for many students. When are they eating lunch?
So students who travel to Studio 39 or CAT centers travel at the beginning of Mod 3. So they're dismissed from their Mod 2 classes a little bit early. They head onto the cafeteria. They actually are able to get their lunch and eat. And then they take the bus over to those centers or sites.
So they're leaving period 2 early.
Just a few
in
minutes.
order to be able to get.
It's a matter of 3 or 4 minutes just to transition to get to the cafeteria first. So they're first in line. They get their lunch. They eat is what would be part of, which is called part of lunch A block lunch. And then they are use transportation to get to whatever site they're going to, whether it's Studio 39 or CAT.
And those students will have zero opportunity for a flex time to meet with teachers and use that time the way they.
Yeah, in full transparency, that is kind of an unintended consequence that whenever you make a scheduling decision that's in the best interest of the aggregate student body, there are always going to be, and I apologize for this expression, there's always going to be peripheral or fringe groups of students who it doesn't meet their scheduling requirements and criteria. That being said, and going back to, I believe, one of the last slides, we talked about accessing our full complement of student support services. So if those students who are traveling to places like CAT or Studio 39 have social emotional learning needs and need that support, then they should work with their home school to figure out how to get that support prior to traveling. But yes, to be in full disclosure, yes, those students do miss out on some of that block.
And it's not only social emotional needs that I'm hearing concerns about, it's the academic support.
Okay, fair enough.
Right. Okay. And then Am I hearing correctly that the expectation here is that there will be less homework time required because of additional classroom time?
So that's not a stated position we're taking. I think you could make that implication that if there's more time on task during the school day, that it's likely in some cases that teachers would have less need to assign homework, but that's not a position we're taking because homework really should be decided at the discretion of an individual teacher, left to their discretion based on student needs. So it's hard to say as a blanket statement that that's an expectation or guidance that we're giving. But I think in most cases, I think you can draw that implication, but we're not stating that as a that's not a position we're taking.
Okay. And I'm just going to point out a couple things that I still have concerns about. Obviously, this is an operational decision, but I know that Dr. Bedell, as you said, you make decisions, you implement, and you try and you revise as you need to. So I think it's important to go ahead and share up front what, some of the things I think should be looked out for. Mr. Silkworth mentioned a lot for some students, their reason for being is going to school and playing that sport or participating in that club, that art, whatever it is. But I want to add, often it's relationships, and some students have one or two friends, and that is a very normal personality type. Some people just cultivate a couple of close relationships, and now they may end up not having lunch or any sort of opportunity to engage in those relationships on a daily basis the way they did last year. So that's one concern that I've heard from students. I mentioned classroom time being used for, you mentioned, for reteaching and remediation. I think that's what a lot of students used that flex time for last year, where not all students in the classroom had that need, but those that did were able to go and get that more individualized support. But I want to point out one more thing. So in my perspective, high school students are young adults that we're preparing to send out into the world. And therefore, I have concerns about managing every minute of their day. I think that if we're going to properly prepare students for leaving high school, they need a little greater flexibility and self-accountability if they're to be fully prepared to be citizens, outside of school. And one more thing to point out. So a typical college student has 5 classes. A typical class is 150 minutes per week they spend in that class. With the proposed schedule, we have students 200 minutes per week on average. And they have 8 classes versus 5. That's just thinking about, I fear that it's mentally taxing not to give students those breaks. I think instruction time is important, but there's got to be a point of diminishing returns. And if students don't have those mental breaks and less structured, more downtime, I worry a little bit about the return on investment there.
And I think we'll track data, and like you said, we'll make pivots, but the bottom line is in that presentation. I mean, people feel like we've completely destroyed student schedules. They get 300 minutes that most school districts don't get at all. Howard County only gives 30 minutes. They're in the top 5 in everything. And when I have to sit behind this diocese and listen to people come and speak, oh, your scores suck. I mean, people use that on us when we're not as competitive as we need to be. And I think for us, the bottom line that we have to focus on is, yes, social and emotional nurturing of students is critical. And that's why I fully believe in maintaining that 30-minute period when our biggest competitors don't offer that at all. They give them one 30-minute period for the whole week in Howard County. And my thing is, I care more about making sure that when these kids leave this school district, that I do my due diligence in making sure that they got the education that they deserve so that they can compete against those Howard County students, and reeling back 150 minutes in order to make sure that we are investing more time and giving them the supports throughout the day. I think it's going to pay huge dividends. I'm looking at the data that's coming in. I'm looking at where we're ranked. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And I've said this in every single listening and learning tour. I'm not interested in being the superintendent. People come into this school district expecting to get a bag of goods, and the products we're creating, we're giving them a bag of bricks in the end. We have to make these decisions if we really want to go towards being a great school district. And Howard is who we're chasing. It's who we're chasing. And when those data reports come out, and most people will see Anne Arundel, which is now, if we're moving up to a district that is now trying to get into the top 5 of how we're compensating people, we have to perform in the top 5. We can't be performing 13 and 14 and 9, and we're close to state average across the board. Like, I can't operate that way. And I know, like, at the end, I'm gonna be held accountable for the data. That's what these media folks are gonna be questioning. What is happening with the district? Why is the district performing like this? I hear it all the time behind the diocese. When people come up here and they're speaking, well, we should be focusing on making sure that our kids are learning arithmetic and math and reading and all of that. I hear it over and over and over. So I responded.
Thank you, Dr. Bedell. We're fully aligned. Yeah, we're fully aligned on, our number one job is the success of our students. So I just, as a parent who's had experience with the Flex Hour since 2017, maybe when that started, I know what it did for students. So I just had to point out my concerns. I'm not at all faulting you or blaming you or even saying, Dr. Bedell, you and your staff are wrong. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just pointing out my experience with this and my concerns. Like I said, I know you're gonna focus on data and you're gonna watch and you're gonna listen. I also ask that you get creative in finding solutions for these students who are not getting any opportunity here because of traveling to another location. Perhaps if a student needs help, they get excused from a portion of Studio 39 to be able to take advantage of the Flex Hour and then join their classmates, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
I just want to say I greatly appreciate the responsiveness of the superintendent, and know that just like with any great program, we occasionally update and tweak and make sure that we're well meeting the needs. So I know that as we move forward, we'll be able to probably expand our support for some of these little gaps. So thank you very much for being so responsive.
Thank you. Ms. Stronghunt.
I want to thank you for the presentation, and I just want to say for the record, for everyone in this room and listening elsewhere, I trust our superintendent. This is his lane, and this is his call, and we can't understand how it's going to go until we're in it. We're not in it yet, y'all. School doesn't start till next week. So you can't know if you like a specific car until you test drive it. So let's test drive the car. Let's get some data. And I know that he will pivot if he needs to, and I trust him. I also believe in unstructured time or minimally structured time, club time, all that good stuff. This is something I fought for Severna Park High School, and those in this room will remember that argument and that fight. And my passion around this, and we got it finally, and I like it. And I think we're gonna have to work with this and see how it goes. I also believe in data, and we got to do better, as Dr. Bedell just mentioned. So I trust you, Dr. Bedell. I trust your team to make the right decisions for our students, and I thank you for making these decisions even when it's hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Mr. Lynn.
Yeah, so I actually echo everything that Ms. Schalheim just said. So for the students that are listening, I hear you, but we've just heard today, information on why the schedule was changed the way it was. And so I fully support the changes as well.
Thank you. I just want to add a couple of things. I do think, and I've shared this with Dr. Bedell and some of my colleagues. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and I applaud the work that's being done. I think we did need to respond to that data, and we would have been, as a system, negligent if we had not. So thank you for that. Yes, we are offering more flex time than many of our surrounding counties, and that's important to note. However, it's also the case, and Ms. Ellis alluded to this, that I think there's some deeper questions we have to engage with regard to our high school schedule in general. And like Ms. Ellis, my daughter was in high school. Well, she had 1 year, because she and Sam were in the same year. So she had 1 year where there was no flex time her freshman year, and then the flex time came in her sophomore year, and it was like night and day for her. But I think, while I'm a firm believer in unstructured time, increasing independence as students get closer and closer to graduation, all of those things, I think the desperate need for the flex time is actually a symptom of a basic problem with our schedule, which is we've got kids shouldering 8 courses a semester in high school. And I don't know who else around us is doing that, but nationally, it's my understanding not many are. And for the public, let's be clear, there are pros and cons to this. 8 courses a semester gives our students extraordinary choice, lots of options. However, for those who are intending to go to college, there is no reason to take 8 courses in high school. As a former college professor, I'll tell you 5 courses is an overload in college. So it's not a matter of having to take 8 courses to sort of figure out how to do college work. And I think what we're seeing is just the squeeze of this, right? That there's a lot. Now, this is not in my purview, and I'm not like Mr. Silkworth and all my colleagues. These are my thoughts and suggestions. But as I think about it, and I know Dr. Bedell has thought about this, I think we might want to consider a sort of deeper thinking about the high school schedule and curriculum, because first of all, Blueprint's pushing us that way. We've got to consider this. So however, I know that Dr. Bedell, your entire team has done incredible work to bring this to us. We'll continue to do amazing work, tracking it, pivoting as necessary, if necessary. I trust you completely, and I'm thrilled to see you doing this. I just think that we might at some point want to think about addressing the kind of deeper issues at stake. And then I would just add to that, along with Blueprint, and this is not something we can fix as a system, but it's a call to continued advocacy with the Accountability and Implementation Board and the state. We've got to figure out how to make sure that, for example, our CAT students who go, say, to CAT North and are doing one of the environmental programs there, it's my understanding that right now, if they take a science, sort of biology class related to that at CAT, they don't get their science credit for that. They have to come back to their home school and then take that science class. And again, this is right now not in our control, but I'm putting it out there because I think this is another part of the problem, that we don't want duplicative work. We heard from students previously on another topic talk about kind of feeling like they're in class where they're having to learn stuff they already know. And so the point of Blueprint, as I understand it, is to get away from the check the box structure. I think this is one place where we aren't right now there yet. And so I'm just suggesting that in making this change, you, Dr. Duarte, you, Dr. Bedell, and the whole team has recognized a critical issue, raised and brought forth what I support as the right way to address it immediately, but also that I think we have sort of a bigger structural question that we need to continue to address. So, so those are just my thoughts on that. And I just want to thank you very much for the presentation. It was tremendously helpful. I want to thank you, Dr. Bedell, for the transparency on the data. I think that is so valuable. Dr. Bedell, did you want to?
Right. Yeah, I think you raised an important concern. I think I had a call or the other day when I saw Miss Ellis, we talked about the same thing at the workshop. Some of the constraints that our students have in their calendar, on their schedules, because of the way that things are set up. We can't be in a position where we're shooting ourselves in our own feet. That's what we're doing right now. And I'll give you a couple of examples. We require 26 credit hours when other districts require just the state requirement of 24. But then we're ranked 18 out of 24 in graduation rates. So the question is, are we shooting ourselves in the foot because we are putting more on our kids than what needs to be put on them? And then even when you think about some things we have to phase out, quarter credit courses. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, we offer quarter credit courses for students, and when they fall behind on those, when you talk about building a master schedule, you have singletons, double tens, triple tens, and you have quarters. And think about how hard it is to place those quarters in a master schedule when a kid may need 2 or 3 of them in order to get the appropriate credits. So when we talk about what Blueprint is calling for us to do, this is part of the conversation I said from day one. We're going to have to dismantle and redesign. Makes people feel uncomfortable when you say that, but that's the reality of it. The current structures are rigid, antiquated, outdated, and it's causing more harm, in my opinion, than it is helping. And we have an opportunity to do that. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a look at all of this over time in conjunction with our strategic plan so we can make sure that our kids get the most fruitful experience going through our school district, where we're in some cases constraining them because of adult-centered decisions that we've made, right? This is what I've said from day one. I talk about equity. I talk about equity from how the system has been designed, but I talk about equity on the decisions that we made as adults internally that are harming children. And we have a responsibility to attack both. And I think that we have the people here who will be able to do it. I feel like we have a very supportive board. And as long as we provide the data and give you context and give the community context, I think in this first year, we've demonstrated that we are a trustworthy system. We have put out data that most people would never put out. And we put it out in its rawest form because we're not trying to hide anything from anybody. So we have work to do, and all of these points are well taken, and we will absolutely consider all of these. Dr. Duarte.
Yeah, Dr. Bedell, just for a point of clarification, and we'll certainly be bringing your recommendation as the academic team. We're looking at eliminating quarter credits as they are scheduled in a format, not the content of those courses itself. So we're looking at an opportunity and saying, look at these quarter credits how do we bolster these and make them half credits, which helps with scheduling efficiency, but we're not taking anything away. Those high interest courses that our students and families have come to love and enjoy will remain. And actually, we're going to double down and make those courses extended, so they're going to get more of the content, so to be more content rich. So it's not really an elimination of quarter credit content. It's just the concept of quarter credits will be shifted to half credits, which again will benefit the school in terms of scheduling efficiency, but more importantly, it's going to benefit the students in the community because they also have access to those particular courses. So we'll certainly have a recommendation with some more details for you next week.
And this is why it's good to have great team members, because that would have been a force fire had that part not been cleared up. Thank you.
And we have it's 22 credits to graduate.
Yeah.
22 credits to graduate, Dr. Bedell.
All right, thank you. Ms.
Not 24, 22. 22 is the state
Yeah.
mandate. Yep.
And we require
26. We're the highest in the state.
Okay, so it's even worse.
Yes. I wanted to throw you that lob up right there.
Yeah, don't overpromise. Okay. Mr. Silkworth.
Yeah, so a little bit of history. Years ago in Anne Arundel County, it was 22. But that was before we adopted a 4-period day, A day, B day. And I wanted to mention that on Monday we had a workshop where we talked about our legislative platform. And one of the key components of that is this 180-day rule that we're trying to see if we can get eliminated. Not the minutes. We want to keep the same minutes, but Dr. Bedell is telling us that is it's kind of tying his hands, and so hopefully we'll be able to accomplish that. So that will then allow for a lot of flexibility in scheduling. And Ms. Ellis is right. I mean, if you think about it, students have 8 courses. If you consider that 3 credits per course, that's 24 credits. What college students? Even if you're a junior or sophomore, or what college student has that? And they don't. And so we do need to take a look at the 4-period day. And there can be a lot of creative flexibility and modifications to that to help meet the needs of all of our students. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do a quick look around the dais. Any other additional questions? Ms. Frank, Ms. Ellis, Ms. Corkadell, Schalheim, Mr. Lynn. Okay, thank you. Well, I think that concludes that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Booth.
All right. That brings us to section 6, consent items, award of contracts.
Can I move to bundle items 6.01 to 6.05, please?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. We have consensus, I believe. Yes, on bundling. All right. Dr. Bedell.
Madam Chair, the superintendent recommends that the Board of Education authorize the award of the consent item contracts numbered 6.01 through 6.05.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any questions or comments? Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Tobin. I just wanted to thank the group for couldn't help but notice it's Central Middle School. And, we have had to go in to that middle school in little piecemeals here and fix a little here, fix the second floor. And we added some lighting on the first floor. PTA handled, fundraised out the lockers and stuff. But I am curious, the roof replacement, does that include some of the, I do have one quick question on it as a scope.
Hold on. I think we have Mr. Ruth. Yeah, they're here. Okay.
If so.
And his binders.
Oh, you don't need all the binders, I don't think.
Yeah.
It's maybe a little simpler. Well, I hope it's a little simpler than that. No, I was just curious because when you look at the price, that's a lot. That's a lot of roof. And there's HVAC ventilation, and other similar assets on top of that. Is some of those cost burden, does some of that include, I mean, HVAC is normally its own sort of environment. When we're doing the roof, is it straight roof, or are there other assets that, because it's required to put it back together again, or that brings us to such an extraordinary amount?
For the record, Kyle Roof, Director of Facilities. So this is just for the architectural engineering and design. So we're at the early stages of this project. We're going to be looking at the entire roof. Sometimes when we do the roof projects, it does involve adjustments to the HVAC equipment, especially when we're moving up from a shorter insulation that we have on the current roof to a larger code required R30. So that involves raising rooftop units and curbs so that we can reset those. But this project is specifically related to the roof replacement itself.
Okay, yeah, I was kind of curious because the number sort of stuck out, and I know there's a lot involved, and you want to always minimize your envelope,
right?
You know, creasing and
one thing to remember about the roof projects is that we do hire third-party consultants. So a large portion of that is construction administration. So they do the daily inspections for us. They do all the record keeping. So that's all baked into the architect's contract.
And I do think that's more efficient nowadays to do it that way, to get to your CDs and be able to move forward. Thank you. I was just curious if we're, so I guess we'll TBD on the other stuff. Okay, great. No further question. Oh, I did have one more question. 6.04. Do we have an understanding of which schools, if it's school specific or if it's just part of our recurring? Because I only say that because some marquees have been fundraised from the community. And so when I see these, I'm always curious as to where, I mean, scoreboards are scoreboards, of course. But
yeah, so this is a cooperative contract. It allows us to use it at multiple schools. This is one of two vendors that we use, so we do have options available to us.
Yeah, and even when they fundraise, they end up using our vendors, right? As part of that
we prefer them to use the products that
part
we
of the condition,
specify.
yes. I figured that's like sort of a standard. Okay, no additional questions. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Mr. Rowe. Sorry about that bounce there.
Okay, so if no additional questions from anyone, we can move forward.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim? Aye. Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Moving on to section 7, action items. Item 7.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, Superintendent recommends that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Ellis, did you have a, okay. I see no lights. All right, we can go forward.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 7.02, personnel.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. I see no lights. Ms. Howell.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. All right, that moves us on to policy revisions, second reading. Item 7.03, special education programs for students with disabilities, code IFF.
Yes, Madam President, we will have staff who will present the special education programs for students with disabilities policy IFF. And this is the second reading for this policy.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bedell, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, and members of the board. Grace Wilson, Legislative and Policy Specialist.
Good afternoon, Diane McGowan, Director, Specially Designed Instruction and Compliance.
Policy IFF, Special Education Programs for Students with Disabilities, is before you this afternoon on second reading after being posted for a 30-day public comment period. There were 5 comments received from the public, and they've been included in your meeting materials for this afternoon. As a reminder, this policy was last revised May 12th, 2012, and ensures that infants and toddlers and students with disabilities receive a free, appropriate public education and related services in the least restrictive environment appropriate for the child in accordance with federal and state laws and regulations. Specifically, the policy is being revised to update style and formatting, reflect that special education services are provided to individuals birth through the end of the school year in which the individual turns 21 years old, and reflect best and current practices. Ms. McGowan and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm going to do lights on this one. Ms. Schalheim.
I don't have any questions, but my colleague, Mr. Lynn, and I do have a variety of amendments at the appropriate time.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. I see none. Then.
All right. First, I want to start off by thanking my colleague, Eric Lynn. I want to thank Grace Wilson, Diane McGowan, and their staff, as well as India Oaks for her testimony during first reader, and special needs advocates, Lauren Ochulek and Rich Sorello, for meeting with myself and Mr. Lynn. The collaboration elevating this already great work product to an even better place was just really, really lovely, and a model for how I think things should always work. So I'm really grateful and thank you. So Mr. Lynn and I have a total of 5 amendments, and we'll be presenting those one at a time. We'll take turns. And I just ask my colleagues for their support. So Ms. Howe, can you please send out the first amendment? I'll just give that a second to arrive in everyone's boxes. Did you send it? Well, I'll just get started and read it, and then there it goes. All right, so I move that the second sentence under section B issue be rewritten as follows. Federal and state laws and regulations govern the provision of special education services for individuals with disabilities from birth through the end of the school year in which the individual turns 21 years old. These laws and regulations ensure qualified infants and toddlers and students with disabilities receive a free, appropriate public education and related services in the least restrictive environment appropriate in accordance with individualized education programs and individualized family services plans.
Second?
Okay. Ms. Ellis, I see a light.
Just are asking staff if there's any concerns with this as far as implementation.
No concerns. We've reviewed this amendment and are comfortable with it.
Thank you.
Okay. I see no additional lights. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Schalheim moved that the second sentence under B issue be rewritten as follows. Federal and state laws and regulations govern the provisions of special education services for individuals with disabilities from birth through the end of the school year in which the individual turns 21 years old. These laws and regulations ensure qualified infants and toddlers and students with disabilities receive a free, appropriate public education and related services in the least restrictive environment appropriate in accordance with individualized education programs and individualized family service plans. Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
All right, I ask that Ms. Howell send out Amendment 2, and I'll refer to my colleague, Mr. Lynn.
I move that C, position 4, be rewritten as follows. You're good. Creating and actively fostering a climate of inclusivity, acceptance, and respect for individuals with disabilities, given that every child can learn and succeed with the support and collaboration of the school system, families, students, and the community.
Okay.
Second.
All right. I see no additional lights. Mr. Lynn, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, so we just took out the based on the belief and replaced it with the given, believing, walking in, believing that every child has the ability to succeed in our school system.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no additional lights, Ms. Howell.
Mr. Lynn moved that C, position number 4, be written as follows: creating and actively fostering a climate of inclusivity, acceptance, and respect for individuals with disabilities, given that every child can learn and succeed with the support and collaboration of the schools, with the school system, families, students, and the community. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Fantastic. When you're ready, Ms. Howell, can you please send out number 3? So this one will be, I move that section C, position 5 be rewritten as follows: providing opportunities for infants and toddlers and students with disabilities to participate to the maximum extent appropriate to meet individual student needs with peers without disabilities in all aspects of school life, including academic, social, and extracurricular activities as a critical component to their educational experiences.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. I do not see additional lights. Ms. Schallheim, do you want to say anything further to this?
It just as in other sections, we wanted to highlight to meet individual student needs. So that's what this does. I thank, again, staff for their support.
Okay. All right. Seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Schallheim moved that C, position number 5, be written as follows: providing opportunities for infants and toddlers and students with disabilities to participate to the maximum extent appropriate to meet individual student needs with peers without disabilities in all aspects of school life, including academic, social, and extracurricular activities as a critical component to their educational experiences. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Eric, you're up. Mr. Lynn, you're up. Can you send out number 4, please? Thank you.
I move that C, position 7 be rewritten as follows: providing an education program where infants and toddlers and students with disabilities have access to the general education curriculum and are included and accepted in general education classrooms and as members of the community, participating, learning, belonging, and working with age-appropriate peers to the maximum extent appropriate to meet individual student needs.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Excuse me, I see no other lights. Mr. Lynn, anything you would like to add further before we vote?
No.
Okay. Ms. Howe?
Mr. Lynn moved that C, position number 7, be rewritten as follows. Providing an education program where infants and toddlers and students with disabilities have access to the general education curriculum and are included and accepted in general education classrooms and as members of the community, participating, learning, belonging, and working with age-appropriate peers to the maximum extent appropriate to meet the individual student needs. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And now the last one, if when you have a second, you send out number 5 to everyone. So this is our last one, and it's I move that C, position 8 be rewritten as follows. Active engagement with parents and guardians and families to provide the partnership and collaboration between home and school fundamental to student success.
Second.
All right. I see no additional lights. Ms. Schallheim, would you like to add any comments?
I love all of these, or I wouldn't have advocated for them, and I particularly like the strengthening of the word partnering to active and engagement. So I thank staff for their support.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no additional lights, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Schallheim moved that C, position number 8, be rewritten as follows. Active engagement with parents, guardians, and families to provide the partnership and collaboration between home and school fundamental to student success. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
That's it from us. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I see a light from Ms. Ellis. Did I miss you earlier?
Nope.
Oh, okay, good.
So I just want to point out, because I've read the many thoughtful comments that were brought to us on this policy, and I thank everyone who has lived these experiences who inform us. And an interesting perspective that's important for us to know is so while there's a great focus on our special education students being able to have all the opportunities and access as to the extent possible environment, it is not always appropriate or the best thing for students, as we've heard from parents. So this is not seeking to eliminate those special classrooms where in some cases students are thriving. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I know that, as we went through this and all of the amendments that were made today, I just want to make sure that there's not an impression. The value of that.
Yeah. And you want to respond to that?
Absolutely. And I think the language you added today, where you say to the maximum extent appropriate to meet individual student needs, really stresses that it's about the individual student in this case and what's best for them.
But I do like the enhancements to the policy, because everything that we should be striving to do is to be as inclusive as we could possibly be and make sure that our special needs, students with disabilities, students with 504s, that they feel as much a part of that school culture and climate, and that we get them that sense of belonging. And I think this policy lives to that spirit, while also making sure that we are protecting the best interests of serving students who may need to be in a more restrictive setting.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Tobin. I just wanted to sort of information to the board and in general, AECPS is a member of the National Association for School Boards. We just recently convened, and last year we had decided to elevate the priority of fully funding at the federal and state level IDEA. And I just wanted to update everyone that that remains a priority. And we actually have some willing bodies in the Congress and US Senate willing to now listen. This is more of a budget priority because a lot of it's getting it funded. And when, there is no magic formula for the individualized students' needs in this particular instance, but I just wanted to sort of let everyone know that that continues to be in the forefront in our advocacy. And I encourage everyone here to check in with the fall session, to please check in with your federal officials. We talk a lot about the local council who funds at least 50% of our budget, oftentimes more, and our state partners when we get to the legislative season. But this is something that we need to advocate at the federal level. And please, please, please reach out to your federal representative on these matters, because this is probably one of the most scripted aspects of education, is special education. And so I think it's very important for us to collaborate at a multitude of levels. And so I know I continue to advocate for it, as do my colleagues, but know that there are other things happening that were not necessarily on this agenda as it relates to securing that funding, which gives us the maximum potential of resources that we can provide, because there are limitations that naturally occur between the regulations as well as the funding piece. So they're both equally important to advocate for, and because we cannot carry the burden alone. So just a general reminder, but I am encouraged that this year may be the year that we may see some additional funding, is what I'm told. So, but that requires us to all reach out. So thank you very much. And thanks to Member Schalheim and Lynn for putting forward some of the very helpful suggestions from the community and stakeholders. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to add my thanks. I thought this policy represented a great advancement from where we had been, and I'm glad to see even further refinements in what is a critical area for a number of our families. And to piggyback on what Ms. Corkadell said, a reminder to the public, some of the most stringent federal law requirements that we are under as a school system are around special education. It is also one of the great unfunded federal mandates ever brought about. And so this has been a fight since the 70s, and we continue to do that work. So, but knowing that we have a policy that's looking like it's in good shape within our own system. And thank you, Ms. McGowan, for your work on this, as well as Ms. Wilson. Thank you to Ms. Schalheim and Mr. Lynn. Thank you to the advocates who have come forward, and we will be seeing this back then.
As a reminder, due to the substantive revisions, this will be posted for an additional public comment period through your next board meeting on September 6th, when it'll be back for third reading.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right. That brings us to item 7.04, South River Deed of Easement. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends approval of the South River High School deed of easement.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Corkadell.
Hearing from Ms. Corkadell a lot because there's a lot going on in my district, right? Today. I just want to thank everyone I did. I took a look at the drawing and everything. Very, very familiar. And, that is a challenging intersection. So I thank my colleagues in advance and hope they will support this moving forward. This is a intersection where we actually lost a crossing guard the year I moved in here, unfortunately. And although some time has passed, definitely not forgotten. And since then, some improvements have been made, but there's still definitely room for improvement. And this is an area where we have sort of rotating crossing guard. It is one of the spots. So I know if they can add a couple enhancements to that, that would be awesome, because this walk route, to be clear, is for middle school, high school, and those local in the community in that area that also attend CAT, the Center for Applied. So it's a very, very busy campus, and any improvements that we can make is always greatly appreciated. So shout out also to our delegation, Ms. Alfred and Delegate Howard, because I know anytime I see SHA that there are representatives advocating for our projects to be moved forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have a recommendation. No, you said Ms. Alfred. But, Ms. Ellis is a powerful person. Yeah. The state listens to her. But we did have a motion. Forgive me. We have a motion and a second. Okay, no more lights. Ms. Howe?
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 7.05, New Village Academy Public Charter School application.
All right, thank you, Madam President. We will have Pat Crane, who will come up and take us through this presentation, along with some of the founders of the New Village Academy Public Charter High School. This is to conduct the application view with the school board and the public. I will reserve my comments after they complete their components on my thoughts about the recommendation that I will make. So I'll pass it over to you all at this time.
Right, thank you. And good afternoon, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Goodell. For the record, my name is Pat Crane. I am the Director of the Office of Educational Options and School Climate. And at this time, I'd like to provide the opportunity for those joining me today to introduce themselves.
Do I need to push this button?
Nope.
Okay. I am Romy Pittman, Ann Romine Pittman. I am the founder of New Village Academy, and recently, the last 4 years, a teacher at Annapolis High School.
Good afternoon, peace and love. My name is Darius A. Stanton. I am the board president of the founding president of the New Village Academy. I am a former Anne Arundel County Public School graduate, Annapolis High School to be exact. I won't tell you the year. And that's right.
You're not a former graduate.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Proud to be a graduate of Annapolis High School. And I am also the chief deputy at the Office of Registered Wills here in Anne Arundel County, former drug czar in the city of Annapolis, and glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so before we get started, I'd like to just briefly review the charter authorizer's role under the Maryland Charter School Law as it pertains to the review of new charter applications. In Maryland, the local board, as you know, of education is the charter authorizer, and as such has final voting on whether to approve or deny a charter application. This vote must take place within 120 calendar days of the receipt of the application. Once the application is received, district staff reviews and scores it and makes a recommendation to the superintendent, who then makes a recommendation to the board. As you can see from this slide, we are well within the 120-day window, which is August 3rd, 30th. And then just briefly, the slide here reflects our 4-step review process. as it pertains to the new Village Academy application. Application was submitted on May 2nd. Staff took the time between May and August to review and score the application. We then created some questions and wonderings from that scoring, which we then posed to the applicant during an interview on July 12th. And we're here today for an application decision. And although you have scoring details in front of you and review feedback, I would like to discuss the application in more detail in order to provide each of you specifics about this proposed school. If approved today, the new Village Academy Public Charter High School's proposed opening would be in the fall of 2024. It would open with 150 students in grades 9 through 12 and grow to 250 students by year 5. And although the school would be open to high school students from across AACPS, the proposed location and intended student population would be students from the Annapolis area. The Maryland Charter School Law defines the state's charter program as establishing a means within the existing public school system in order to provide innovative learning opportunities and creative educational approaches to improve education for all students. Dr. Bedell's post-entry plan also highlights the need to innovate. It specifically states that, in short, people want innovative and not cookie-cutter approaches. This charter proposal, if approved, would achieve just that, a small, innovative high school which would provide a creative approach to educating students. The new Village Academy's tagline is "High School Done Differently." At its core, the new Village Academy would use a competency-based educational model that would require students to demonstrate each delineated competency and skill in a portfolio or in a series of performance tasks in order to receive credit for that skill, allowing students to learn using a variety of strategies such as blended learning, independent study, or whole classroom discussion in a variety of physical spaces such as at school, at home, in the workplace, or after-school programs, and in a variety of contexts such as projects, career interests, and tested content. Specifically, if approved, the new Village Academy would provide to its students some of the most innovative research-based practices currently being discussed on a national level, such as a focus on work-based learning, strong advisories, and relationship building, competency-based learning, where students are being awarded credit based on skill attainment and not seat time, and personalized learning, where students can move forward at their own pace. It is worth noting that the new Village Academy has already received the prestigious National Innovation Grant through the New Schools Venture Fund. This fund has included the new Village Academy in its 2024 venture portfolio. This portfolio has recognized 19 new public and charter schools from around the country that it has deemed a promising educational innovation. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Pittman and allow her to say a few words about her vision and proposed school. Ms. Pittman.
First, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Tobin, and the board for the opportunity to present our application to operate a new school in our community. I'd also like to thank Mr. Crane and Dr. Bedell for their diligence and support in navigating this charter school application process and for reading this beast. I'm a committed public school educator. I started my career in 1989 as an American history teacher at Suitland High School in Prince George's County. After working outside the classroom for many years as a school leader, school designer, and school founder, mostly in Prince George's County and Baltimore City, I was inspired 4 years ago to come back to the classroom at Annapolis High School to apply all I had learned about project-based learning, collaborative leadership, and learner-centered instruction to teaching students in my home community. I hoped especially to address what is sometimes called the engagement cliff, where 3/4 of fifth graders report feeling engaged in school learning, but by 10th grade, only 1/3 of students feel engaged in school. And this drop is even more drastic for students from marginalized communities. Being back in the classroom has sharpened my understanding that re-engaging students who are not thriving in high school is not just a matter of new curriculum inputs or great teaching. It's a structural issue. We need a high school that addresses equity by putting student agency at the center, that breaks down the walls of school to connect student learning to real life, and that uses the science of motivation as our playbook in designing learning structures and assessments. This need has been readily recognized by Annapolis area students, families, teachers, and community leaders. Over the last year, our design has been strengthened by the input of an active youth advisory board, by government, nonprofit, and faith leaders, and by families wanting another option for their children. We've been able to assemble an incredible founding team, an advisory board and governing board that are both highly accomplished and deeply rooted in our diverse Annapolis community. Our design is grounded in the science of motivation. Decades of research have demonstrated what makes students or humans of any age want to invest and work hard at something. 4 main conditions: feeling known as unique individuals, feeling connected to a community and to real-world purpose, feeling empowered to be the designers of their own lives, and feeling accountable for mastery in meaningful ways. As our fantastic Youth Advisory Board members earlier today mentioned, students at New Village Academy will be members of a crew, a small cohort where each teacher has the time to know deeply 14 students and their families. Students will be able to personalize their learning goals with their own navigation team, directly addressing their academic and personal skill gaps and strengths, and moving ahead when they're ready. At New Village, we talk about Annapolis as our classroom. Students will be invited by our community partners, especially by the City of Annapolis Mayor's Office and City Council, to weigh in on real community challenges through what we're calling community action projects, creating a purpose for learning that contributes in authentic ways to the betterment of the Annapolis community. And New Village students will start from 9th grade building their career vision and skills, acquiring internships, apprenticeships, and community college coursework so that they leave high school fully prepared for their next steps toward a high-wage career of their choice. This combination of structural differences will result in graduates of New Village Academy who are already practiced experts at lifelong self-directed learning, at reflective personal growth, at active civic engagement, and at the workplace skills and professional network building that research shows are so critical to economic success. We appreciate your consideration of our application. We hope you will agree that New Village Academy aligns with Superintendent Bedell's priorities and the needs of our district, and will be an asset to AACPS in many ways. As an integral part of the AACPS commitment to equity, recognizing that all students are not the same and one size does not fit all. As an incubator of innovation, especially in implementing the Maryland Blueprint's diverse pathways to college and career readiness, and as evidence visible on a national level that Anne Arundel County thoughtfully and courageously embraces the future of learning. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pittman. At this time, I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Bedell for a few words and his recommendation.
Thank you. What's important here for me when this was brought to my attention, and I've met with a lot of people over the year, and if anybody has done any research on my position on charters, I fought against some of the things that charters were doing in Kansas City, and I was very vocal about it. I was vocal about legislation and how I felt that legislation was imbalanced, giving advantages to charters over St. Louis and Kansas City. But I also said to people that I support, and I do believe that if a public school system isn't doing right by the children that it's there to serve, and parents want to execute that option, they should be able to do so. We have a school district in many cases where I don't believe that we should be involved in the proliferation of charters because it's not that struggling of a school district, period. But I also know that we have pockets inside of this school district where we're just not getting it done. And when it was presented to me, it was an absolute no-brainer. You're not presenting to me a model that's going to just cream the top and it's going to be a safe model. You're not doing something that's easy, right? You're doing something where we're saying we have kids who have completely become disengaged. The large high school environment is not working for them. There are life conditions and things that they're dealing with where they need some more attention. No different than this middle college program that I created with our team in Kansas City. where we took 17 to 24-year-olds off the streets and put them on a college campus, and we were able to change lives. So when somebody comes to me and they present a model that I think will be a value add and will make the outcomes and the opportunities for children a reality who may be struggling because they're not able to thrive in their under their current conditions, I think we have a responsibility to take a deep look at that. And most importantly, I am supporting somebody in Nashville that's trying to do a very similar model. I actually told him he may need to give you all a call based on what you have proposed and I've already connected him with Pat, because I think it is a model that's needed. And so for me, I think people will say, well, you're doing this because it's Pittman's sister. We didn't talk about this. And I promise you, I've been very clear. I've said to people, I'm not interested in the proliferation of charters inside of Anne Arundel County. But if a model comes where I know right now we're not getting the job done, I have a responsibility to make sure that I take a deep look at that. We do our full due diligence. And if it comes back that it can be a value add, I'm all about that. Because for me, the bottom line is, are we making sure that we're putting every single one of our students in an optimal position to meet their goals and dreams? And if we're not doing that because we're like, oh, we don't want to do this, this is going to hurt our school district, then we shouldn't be here doing this work. I promise you, I've told everybody, I'm not a political person. I've learned how to be political because of this job. So I have political astuteness, but in the end, my job is to make sure that every decision that I make will serve the interests of all of the children that we're serving and give them the opportunities to reach and achieve their dreams. And this is a model that I absolutely believe can be a game changer for us in this county. So with that, I do want to provide my recommendation, which is that the superintendent recommends approval of the application submitted by the New Village Academy Public Charter School Board, and I'm asking the board to take action on that recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I am going to go round robin because I think most people are going to have questions and comments. So, Mr. Silkworth.
So, Dr. Bedell, I'm not a politician either. Although maybe I am, because I've dealt with the politics of kids during my entire career. And as a board member, I'm still doing that. So as Dr. Bedell said, we do have pockets in this county with a great need for a new and a different model. And to say that this would be a value add is a no-brainer. And I listened to the four things you said. Known. So I equate known in terms of my relationships with students in my career. Known to me kind of means that those students know that the educators in this charter, the teacher in front of me, cares for me. Connected. I equate that to the positive relationships that I know our teachers create and I know will be created in this academy. Empowered. I create that to valued with potential and greatness that's recognized by the people in front of me. And then accountable. I kind of equate that to being engaged, ready, willing to be able to prove based upon my actions and interactions with everyone, the greatness that I have within me. So I am really very excited about this because I know that there is a need for this, but I do have some concerns and some questions. I heard that initially it would start with 150 students growing to perhaps 250 and a small innovative high school with a creative approach. But I also heard that year one would only be Annapolis students because, as Dr. Bedell talked about, we do have pockets. North County, for instance, it's a big pocket where there's a need for this. So my questions would be, in terms of the students that would be accepted initially, which students would that be? What would their qualifications have to be for that? And then what would you see your vision? Where does your vision show you in 5 years, other than the fact that there are 250 students? What would it be like in 5 years?
Let me take the first part of that question, and then I'll pass it over to Ms. Pittman for her vision. So to answer your question about enrollment, so remember, as a charter school, legally it has to be open to the entire district. So we can't deny a student from North County perhaps that wants to attend. It would be a random lottery, just like all of our charters per the charter law. There is no pre-qualifying information that we can ask about a student. Essentially, parent puts the child's name in a hat, and we send it off to lottery, and it comes back and it's randomly pulled out. So we don't control who goes to this particular school. It is open to the entire district. I will say, though, that Ms. Pittman's vision is for this to be an Annapolis school for Annapolis students. I'll let her talk about her vision, because maybe that vision includes creating another smaller high school in another part of the county that could address some of the other pockets. I'll just say, to the point of what makes it innovative is that it's small, but what makes it small also poses challenges, which is there are financial and budget restraints, one of which is transportation. We all know that our three largest costs of a charter school are personnel, facility, and transportation. And with 150 students, after you pay for teachers and after you pay for a building, there's not a whole lot left there for transportation. So I know they have a plan for getting kids to school, which includes public transit. That includes public transit from all over Anne Arundel County. But in terms of your vision for the future, I'll let you answer that.
So, is it appropriate to talk about marketing strategies?
Sure.
I'll jump in with the future. I'll give that a try.
Sure. I think first, just a quick note. 2 years ago, Annapolis High School had a series of very serious violent incidents, which involved some young people being stabbed, I think one day and then one immediately following. After that, myself and a number of other folks from the community started to come together. As a matter of fact, some of the board members here. And one of the things that we did was we started to walk in the hallways of Annapolis High. And all the days that these gentlemen, and it was a few ladies that walked these halls, there were no incidents of violence. Now, that was during the days that we were in the building. The reason why that's so significant is because there was a part of the group that actually was very dismayed based on the fact that they hadn't been to high school in a very long time. And they were surprised at the number of children walking the halls. Disengagement, which brings me to the why. At the same time, I went to Old Mill High School, participated in something similar, much smaller scale. And there were a group of men in North County doing the same thing at North County High School, Fort Meade, where they were engaged in the hallway, not to the same extent that we did. But I bring that up because I want you to understand that our vision is to, first of all, create and support this model that we're building. We've just came back from California with the series of experts from around the country who are deep in this work. And so we have a very good handle on what's needed, primarily because the people who are part of our organization thus far are people who've been involved in the development of children, both in public school, private school, charter school, in the development of communities, both children who have and children who have not. And so as an organization, our vision is to be able to start here in the city of Annapolis, but then move to those pockets. Because as you well know, this is a very transient county. And the children who are now at Annapolis High could very easily end up in another part of the county just based on income. And so our vision is to be able to do that. And then also it includes the community itself that we're serving. You heard about our youth advisory board. The young people on our board are students at Annapolis High School. They have engaged their parents. We've been at every large function, over 15,000 people in the last 3 months in the community, communicating about what it is that we're doing. And some people have no idea what a charter school is. All they do know is that they know that there's something different that needs to be done. And so our goal is to be able to create a model that is innovative, that does focus on children being able to engage and be accountable, but also to become critical thinkers. Because once you educate a child on how to think critically, then they'll run after their health. They'll run after making sure that they're safe. They'll run after their education and employment. They'll make sure that the things that they need to do to take care of themselves are done because they are asking key questions. And we're going to focus on making sure that our young people have what we call root cause leadership and not just surface. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, thank you. I had a couple of questions on the scoring piece. On section B, Mr. Crane, it says that there are 180 points in section B.
Yep.
Has that changed? Or,
It
or what
hasn't.
is the what is the scoring rubric on that? Is that mandated or prescribed, or is that sort of like per size of the school or something to that effect?
There's a couple sections that are scorable if it's applicable to that school. Some sections are non-applicable, and so we don't score that section, and some sections are. So it could be a 5-point difference on the rubric, just depending upon what school it is, an elementary versus a high school. So it could be a minimal change per school, but it's not more than a 5 or 10 point swing in terms of the maximum points either way.
Got it. Yeah, I noticed that in one of the previous ones that we had done, it was out of 175 points. So I was wondering.
So there
about
was
that.
probably a non-scorable point of that application versus this one.
Okay. I absolutely agree with Dr. Bedell on the point that if there is a need in the community, that more options are better. I actually would like to see more charter schools, and I think we differ there, but I am always interested and excited to see, and I do believe that the small school model, I like that approach. I think it's really innovative, and I do appreciate that this was brought before us today. I have a couple of concerns. We heard some public comment. I'm not understanding what the concerns are, and I'm not able to read this this review and gather where that could fall in. It's not a really comprehensive review that sort of points out where some of those concerns might fall. So I am having a little bit of a harder time trying to understand what those are and try to figure out where they could have been. I know that when we got a previous application, it was like 150 pages, and I don't see anything that robust here. So in the future, I would really like to see just a little bit more so that if people have concerns, I can kind of track what they are a little better and what they might be worried about as far as that. But having said that, listening to the presentation and just knowing the need in our community, I do really appreciate that this was brought forward to us. And I am always supportive of more choices in our community. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Just to piggyback off Ms. Frank's statement just now, I share that concern a bit. And I'm just thinking in terms of process in the future, if we're considering a school that the board should probably have a presentation at a meeting or workshop before the meeting the board is going to vote. Some in the public may remember the last school that was before us, we did end up delaying that vote. And I could see how that could be warranted here too. I'm not suggesting I'm going to offer that, but just for future, our process. Okay, so I have a bit of a comment to make and a question, but I'm going to start with my comment. I'm going to get on my soapbox here for a minute. But Ms. Pittman, we have not sat down and had a conversation, but we have exchanged emails a couple times over the years, I think, and I think we're very closely aligned on academics and sort of what kids actually need and more of a whole child perspective. And I listened to your presentation and the statistics that you brought here today. And here's how I feel. Based on the percent of students who do not feel engaged, indicates this is not a special need. This is not something that there's 250 students in our schools that aren't succeeding and this model may work for them. This is actually the model that would work for all students. And my soapbox here is it's not a dig at AACPS or Dr. Bedell or your staff. This is a dig at where education has gone over the years. And education, I feel no student should experience a factory education, even if some do succeed in it. Maryland invested in the blueprint, a really big price tag, and this is the type of return we should expect on this investment, is the transformation of education to a much more deeply personalized experience for every student. And I have said numerous times over the years that students, they want, and I forget, it came up earlier, students want to be a part of society. They don't want to be put in this bubble for 18 years of their life and then go out and see what they can do. I mean, students should be able to produce, not just learn and be a sponge for taking in information. So, kudos on what has been created here. Again, my philosophy aligns with this vision. I do want to caution when we do talk, and I'm an Annapolis High School parent, have been since 2014, been in that school numerous times and always struck by how many kids are walking the halls. And that is not a dig at the administrators. There's only so much that can be done to keep students engaged. And this, I'm afraid, is going to make a small dent on solving that problem. It's going to enhance the lives of some students, but those are going to be students whose parents or guardians are motivated to seek an alternative. And so we have to keep that in mind. We still have a problem to solve there. And so my question is, can we just elaborate a little more on the enrollment process so I can understand it better? I hear and I understand it makes it, if the students attending the school are from the community that the school's in, I see the value in that, but this is a charter school. This is an alternative that students from all over the county could benefit from. So can you explain this model to me a little more and how it's going to be able to?
Yeah, sure. So I'll talk a little bit about what the charter law provides to kind of restrict student populations. And then I'll let Ms. Pittman talk about her marketing strategies, which is another way that you can kind of go at what students and families you want to target in terms of who you want to go. So as I said, charter schools in Maryland, when they're approved in a school district, they're open to the entire district. There is a component of the charter school law that allows the authorizer and the applicant to sort of draw a boundary around a certain community or neighborhood where that community or neighborhood's income level is at or below the county's average. And then once you draw that boundary, you can guarantee seats for 35% of those from that community. And then after that 35%, it's open to the entire district. Now, if you don't fill the remainder of those seats from the rest of the district, then you can go back to that group who originally lived in that community that maybe didn't get in. So let's just say we're able to kind of agree where that boundary is to be drawn in the city of Annapolis. We get 35% of our students from that community. That still leaves a lot of seats open for others throughout the county. So how do you then make sure that if you really want this to be an Annapolis school, you're able to get to the families that you want to get to make sure that you make a dent, like you said, in those 250 students from Annapolis High School? And that's when I'll let you talk about your marketing strategies and what you've already done
Right.
in terms of the Annapolis area.
Just to add one other piece to that, not just the geographic provisions in the lottery system, but also we've asked to weight the lottery in favor of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, so that we're able to make sure, counteract the trend that you mentioned about, that there are certain kinds of parents who tend to find out more quickly and more aggressively about charter schools, and we want to try to counteract that trend. And so part of our marketing strategy is that we're really hoping to have a presence at events, at community. We've really focused on talking to community leaders, faith leaders, people who are working with youth in the community, like Ken Starks, who was here, Karen Johnson, who's on our board, who's the pastor at First Christian Community Church. So making sure that we're connecting as much as possible with people who are trusted in the communities that we want to serve. And then in addition to youth students. So, by the time you get to high school, students know what they want and what they're looking for. And so that is also a really powerful network for us, of the Youth Advisory Board kids talking to other kids about it. We also are planning to do a lot of sort of grassroots rather than paying somebody for, commercial social media marketing companies to do more grassroots things, posters in grocery stores, meetings at churches, that kind of sort of grassroots stuff. And then, of course, local social media, and especially, thinking about communities that might not otherwise hear about us through that.
And I think that the other piece of that is talk to the folks that are in the schools. I mean, we'll go to Annapolis Middle School, Bates Middle School, and say to the school counselors or the administrators, what students are going to ninth grade that are struggling? Yeah. What students could benefit from this opportunity? We'll go to Annapolis High School and talk to the counselors and administration. What students are struggling? What students who live in the city of Annapolis could benefit from this opportunity? So again, I think this is a charter, but as we've always said, our charter schools, we partner with them because we know that these are great opportunities that they offer. So why not partner with our schools to identify students that would benefit from this type of school? So I think that would be the approach to get to the students that I think Ms. Ellis, you referred to as needing the school most.
So what I'm hearing is efforts that will probably maximize the number of students from the area that apply. But when we have the enrollment process, our website's going to have this school on there for
Can't turn
all
away anybody.
families.
That's right.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
It will be a challenge. I just want to name that it will be a challenge because the enrollment window for the lottery is so short and so early. It's there are a lot of families that are just not thinking about 2024 at this point. And so I think it does sort of lean in that process, and the timing of it leans in favor of parents who are, considering private schools, parents who are more, middle class and upper middle class and sort of looking for certain kinds of things. So I just wanted to put that out there, that will be a challenge for us, especially this year, because that's not very long from now.
Right. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Tobin. Well, I heard a little bit to answer some of my questions from my colleagues, but I first want to address, right now they're going to be using public transportation routes. And so I guess my question is, the target audience or the target students, are they all contained within a public transit route? Or in vast majority? And if not, are there alternative resources for those who may get the lottery but then have to turn it down because of transportation? Like how does that all work out?
So thank you for your question, first of all. One of the reasons why we selected the location of the Annapolis Mall is because it is very much a hub. And the mall is shifting in terms of its operation. And oddly enough, the Annapolis Mall bus ride It used to be a community event. Like you'd go to the mall, you'd hang out all day, and then you catch the bus and ride in every neighborhood throughout the entire city, and then get off at your bus stop. It was like part of the trip to the mall. And you would never think that a bus ride would be part of your weekend's activity, but it very much was. And so the Annapolis Transit is a staple in the community. And so families are comfortable, number one. We have not, to our knowledge, had a number of very serious safety incidents with regard to public transportation in Annapolis. So we also feel safe about that. But it's something that most people are familiar with and have access to obtain. And what we wanted to do was to put it in a place that was much easier for people to get to and feel comfortable. And so that's part of that process. The other thing is we'll be working with the administration and its transportation division to help us to navigate in those instances where we don't have those things covered, and work to create a plan to make sure that our young people who do not have access, have the best possible chance to get there.
Okay.
Can I just add one piece to that, which is we've already met with the Annapolis transit system, but also we're in collaboration with the county transit system, talking about how to leverage those resources as well. So from Edgewater, there's a bus that goes straight to the mall. All the way down Route 2, there's a bus that goes straight to the mall that also accesses the community college. And then there's the Crofton Express bus that comes from West County. So even though we don't have full coverage across the county, it's not bad in terms of, if you compare it with other magnet programs and charters in terms of how kids can access it. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And so to that effort, English as second language and acclimation of our immigrant community and others who have second languages dominant. Do you anticipate being able to provide for that immediately, or is that part of over the course of X amount of years?
Absolutely. We plan to provide for it immediately. Yeah, we'll have an ESOL teacher on staff in the first year. Some of the community action programs that we're designing are bilingual, are designated as bilingual action projects. And we'll also, one of the things that I was actually expecting that it would be harder to recruit families from more recent immigrant families. But it's so far, in terms of the interest we've gotten through our website, there's been a really high turnout of people who are responding to our inquiry form in Spanish. So obviously I don't know much about who they are at this point and what their background is, but we are expecting actually to have a pretty high ESOL population.
Thank you very much. I did want to make just a couple comments as it relates to application. I do agree with my colleagues. We probably need to reassess for consistency at the very least of how we're addressing each individual charter, recognizing that they are all competitive business owners in the bigger, broader sense. We have ones that are operating in other states, other parts of our state and are in different regions. And there is these are individual businesses. These are not nonprofit entities. And so when I see the rigor of the application that was originally reapplied with one of our charters, where it was gone through, every single point deficiency was described in very, very detail to this board. And we have gone like 180 degrees to a summary with no comments of concerns, yet prior applicants, we have been forwarded those concerns and why it's 159 out of 180 instead of. And so I would just caution us moving forward that we do not incidentally insult our partners of other charter schools and do a disservice by not demonstrating the thoroughness, because we have in the past always received application to see some of those details, or at least enough of it. And so I was a little bit curious with this. I am definitely supporting this. I do concur when we have an opportunity to make our system more robust through our partnerships. And of course, I'm in a district that is probably the most challenged in being able to have access to these services. I don't think I envision every single district having a charter school, perhaps, but this will now be another resource that is incredibly limiting for anyone in my district to practically have access to. So I'm hoping that moving forward, we can encourage our partners, such as yourself, to consider the model to include our rural poverty, because our poverty level is actually greater than Annapolis quantitatively, and we do have a big pocket. We also have a big pocket sitting up in North County, being our number one, of course, but it is so much easier to provide resources to them versus ourselves, and so down in South. So hopefully we'll have some opportunities to maybe partner in that direction in the future. And I know, based on your family history, that you're very, very aware of that, and your heart is with my people. And so I want to make that clear, that I do not consider this some kind of diss on one group versus the other. We need to, one by one step at a time, address it. And if we have an opportunity to wrap around additional services, I am all for that. I look to see how you guys are growing and expanding, and continue to support these endeavors where we can and where practical. And so maybe we could get, with all new launches, our other operators have been here for a while, so we don't tend to hear from them as much as to their success, except for when we see them in our, in our tops and otherwise. It would be nice to just get maybe a little check-in periodically, just to
We'd
shoot
love
it our
that.
way, not in a
Also,
formal
we would
environment, but
like to right now invite all of you to become community advocates. So each student will have a community advocate, and it would be fantastic if the board members would participate in that.
So, Ms. Corcadell,
thank you.
I want to quickly address your concern about the fairness of how we're applying this application. I know it's hard to believe, but this was the highest scoring application we've ever scored in Anne Arundel County. And we had some wonderings, which we addressed in the interview, but we had very few deficiencies. And I know that's hard to believe because this is a huge document, but when I put this review together for you, I tried to weave in some areas, but I couldn't. They did such a thorough job. And I know which application you're referring to. And when that applicant reapplied and when it was approved, if you go back and look at those details, there was very few deficiencies put on that document. So just keep in mind, the first one was not very well done, and that's well documented. So that's why so many deficiencies were documented in that. But the second one was very well done, as was this one. So again, when I wrote it, I was trying to think about where are the weaknesses that I can share, and they're just, to the credit of the applicant, there just weren't any. So I just want to make sure I clear that with you, because I want to make sure this is a fair and transparent review process for all applicants.
Oh, no, I have total faith in the review itself being treated comparatively and equitably and equally of both these. But I just want to make sure we're mindful of the appearance when we are here on the dais, that we're demonstrating proportionate diligence. And I would actually have recommended less on that initial one that had so many deficiencies in the public forum, because and that's why having that application is important, and its documentation, because I try to be sensitive to and encourage our partners to be their best and to make sure that we're demonstrating the best light possible. So that was actually where I was getting at.
No, and I appreciate your question.
Yeah,
I
I'd
just
like to
wanted
get us
to,
the summary, and that's the predominant where I'm focusing on. I'm not reading all 150 pages.
Oh, absolutely.
But just recognizing that comparatively, I think is a good idea for us moving forward, because as opportunities emerge, here we are. And some would have said that we had enough in the charter school arena. So seeing this opportunity, it definitely encourages me. And I know you guys do a stellar job, and And we are definitely above board, and we do more in transparency and fairness than many of our neighboring districts and region. So I am very comfortable with that. And thank you very much for the expanding clarification there.
Ms. Crocodile, I'd also just like to let you know we were very fortunate to just receive our 501c3. So this particular charter school happens to be a nonprofit. So
It sounds like some opportunities to perhaps donate time, not just the time you mentioned, but in other ways and shapes and forms for the business community. Our best partners are with our businesses and our families equally and proportionally. They each serve a different role. And so I'm sure, based on the leadership, that that network will be growing as your school grows as well.
excellent. Thanks
And
for the
I look forward to
recommendation.
those successes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations, by the way. That's a hard thing to do, to get adopted in a timely, to get passed in a timely manner from that agency. That is not an easy undertaking in and of itself. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're right.
Ms. Shawn.
Thank you for the presentation. I love the out of the box thinking. I worry a little bit about relying on public transit in this county where it's almost non-existent, having lived in 5 other states and abroad, especially the Route 2 Ritchie Highway bus. I could probably count on my fingers and toes how many times I've actually seen that bus in the last 6 years. So I don't have a whole lot of faith and confidence that students outside of your immediate target area can reasonably rely on that to get to and from school, nor do I think any of us should rely on public transit from other parts of the county. So I think it's a little optimistic to consider that, but if it's better within the immediate Annapolis area, great, like use it. But aside from that, I'm just, I am excited to see a model I haven't seen before, and to reach students who could really benefit from that. So I see a lot of value there, and I would love to read about more of the particulars. We didn't receive a whole lot of information, and so when you said you had to struggle to find where deficiencies or wherever were, like I wish I knew what those were, because that wasn't provided to this board. But I am very excited, and I am supportive, and just thank you for all your work. So if we can get a more detailed thing sent out to all of us as soon as possible, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Dent.
Great presentation as always. I know that the due diligence was done, and I know this was forthcoming. So I'm not surprised about the detailed application that was submitted. And saying that, I share with Ms. Shawhan realism, because we are in a public meeting. So being realistic about the geography, right? I think at the onset, the going in was more targeting Annapolis for various different reasons. We spoke on Monday, if you didn't watch the public session, about opportunities and options for alternative pathways to education, to have an opportunity for our students to look at other means to educate themselves. We heard the young lady and young man spoke today about energizing their brain, looking at other ways to where they can stay engaged. And so I think that's what this offers. I don't think that it becomes the solution to discipline. And so I want to make sure that I put it on record that this was a need that was fulfilled to give our children and students an option to education. One of the things that was inviting to me was talking about alternative pathways. I know that everybody knows I love internships and I love apprenticeships, so that doesn't go away. So the out of the box thinking of providing opportunities for realistic learning, but also opportunities for when you leave, and we do it in the public schools, and so this is no different, but this is targeted opportunities for these students to focus on working internships, working apprenticeships, but also fulfilling their obligation to get a high school diploma, right? So that's all. This is kind of wrapped up into a neat package. But the other side of that is that realistically is we have to figure out a way to make sure that, to what you just said, is that this, when the application goes open, it's open to people, to students all across the county. And so setting that expectations that somehow or another, and we're saying it today, and it's written into the applications, that we're going to offer free transportation. I think that has to be thought out a little bit more. And I'd like to see how we're going to think through that. And so my ask to you is for you to try to deep dive a little bit more on that transportation as you go through the trinkets of it. And I know you will, on how do we do that. And that may just means that we look at some other alternative ways to provide free education. I mean, free transportation. Not that we are not a master in transportation right now. I think we've got that down pat. But again, it's needed, right? Because our students deserve the ability to be able to go to in all different areas. I have plenty over in my side in District 1, so not asking for anything extra from New Village. But I think New Village has to be innovative, and we have to set you up for success. So giving it in, and if and when the board decide that we accept the application, that's phase 1 of it. Phase 2 is to get the doors open of New Village, right? So that portion still has a year out to get it done. And so as we stand here, I want to be able to set you up for success. And I think we have to be realistic in what that means. The second phase of that is that I too echo what one of the individuals said in the public session, is that, you know, if I'm looking at New Village, I'm thinking that these are only for children that of color. And I know that's not accurate. I know this is for diversity. So I would ask that you make sure that we don't target a group of students, that we target students that want to engage in success and look for other alternatives to education, alternative pathways to education. And that's my only feedback and comments. I love the idea of it. Darius, know that we've talked over and over again. He didn't give you his resume, so I'll give it to you. He's got over 40 years of working with students. Well, maybe I shouldn't say 40 because you see your gray hair. But anyway, he's got an extended amount of time with working with students. And so I know this is his passion. And I know that he's going to go above and beyond to make sure that everything that the board members are asking today is that it gets, the questions get answered. But I would be remiss if I didn't challenge him and you, Ms. Pittman, to ensure that we're very inclusive in that process. Okay, so that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn.
I have no questions, but I'm very excited.
Thank you. I want to say a couple of things and a couple of questions. So I'm in the odd position of, in some ways, sharing very much, I suppose, Dr. Bedell's position on charters and where they're valuable and where they're not sometimes. But I also, well, because to some extent, because of that, I've spent a lot of time evaluating charter networks. And I've seen a lot of them. And I first of all want to applaud you for venturing into high school, because that's the hardest thing to do. And most charters spend a lot of time focusing on young kids and don't want to have to go into high school because it's just that much harder, frankly, just to provide what is needed and to support the requirements of high school. And while I haven't spoken with you specifically, I remember a night a couple of years ago standing in a parking lot after those fights, and when we talked to folks, and Mr. Stanton, when you and others started going into Annapolis High regularly, and I know that was a lot of work and it made a lot of difference, but I also had a sense that something was coming from it. It wasn't just an immediate response. I think from what I'm seeing that this proposal sets itself up to do what, in my mind, charters really were supposed to do in the beginning. You mentioned at one point the word incubator, right? And that was really, to a large extent, what charters were started as, right? Laboratories, if you will, where you could try something out and see where it took you. And so I would say and Ms. Ellis and I share a lot of views or similar views on this, that a structure like this, if it succeeds, is precisely the sort of thing that can show us maybe what's necessary to scale it successfully, to address that engagement cliff that's always been there for as long as people have been tracking that sort of thing and that we see. And I'm actually quite hopeful about your suggestion of the use of public transportation, because my own view is that we should be headed that way as a public school system. In other words, Blueprint is pushing us in a direction where high school students, at the very least, possibly middle school students, should be able to come and go from school to apprenticeships, to meet with local officials, whatever it might be.
Mm-hmm.
And that can't be done with standard school bus transportation as we have come to know it in this country, which suggests to me that at the end of the day, we might be looking towards really more of a collaborative between the school transportation and the public transportation countywide, citywide, to breed, frankly, just a more effective system for everyone. Because the other part of that is the working parents who can't come in the middle of the day to school if they don't
Or
have
after school programming.
private transportation. And I would just remind my colleagues, I think some of our other charters that we've looked at and we've voted favorably on have some transportation available around the county, but it's certainly not the idea that every kid gets picked up and carried to school regardless of where they live. So to Ms. Corkadell's concern about equity and equality, I don't want to, on the other hand, put undue constraints on this project that we're not putting on others. I also appreciate the fact that you are not doing the thing, or your intention is to not do the thing that, to my mind, is the biggest pitfall of many charters, which is to basically pull the top students out of the system, the best performing students. And then sort of show, look, our numbers, our scores are way better. Because that's a game, and education shouldn't be that kind of game. It's not fair to the students, any student, in my opinion, when that happens. And so I'm grateful to see the weighting, the weighted lottery, and I happen to know, obviously this is my district, I know there's a need in Annapolis. I think it's wise to be small with a structure like this, but from your comments, my assumption is, if this can be done well, then it is something that could be replicated where, whether it's in South County or in North County or wherever the need is available. I would like to ask one question, just very specifically, because there's much in your materials about project-based learning.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean to you?
That is a great question, and something I have a lot of passion around, because it can be a term that's used lightly and frankly as a tool for engagement without being a lever for rigor. And so I spent 6 years as a school designer with Expeditionary Learning, EL Education, which is one of the top project-based learning organizations in the country. And I used to run their national institutes that taught teachers how to do rigorous, long-term, deeply embedded cross-disciplinary project development so that students were learning the rigorous academic skills that they need to learn embedded into content that was based in a local issue that was engaging and interesting to them and had an authentic audience for the product that they would produce. And so I planned, we're building in additional training time for teachers at the beginning of each year in order to develop those projects. But in this coming year, I'm planning on doing that work with committees in each of the subject areas, but doing it in advance of hiring teachers because we want to make sure that we're starting with rock solid projects that are, so for us, it will be probably 12-week cycles that include building background knowledge on a topic, going deep into research, developing solutions, figuring out the best way to propose those solutions and to present them to the audience, whether it's the mayor's office or a presentation at Maryland Hall or whatever that looks like. And then finally reflecting on the work that they did and the presentation that they did. So that cycle of inquiry would be the grounding for that process.
I'm glad to hear it. It's the hardest thing for many teachers to understand. And it's also too often when I hear it, what I'm hearing people actually say is activities-based learning. And that's very concerning to me. So and I was glad to hear about the potential work, for example, with the city, because I presume that's where you might get some of your real problems.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, they got to be real things that students there's a purpose to work on, not just because
Not
it's
let's
another.
pretend we're on a spaceship and what are we going to bring with us? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I've observed some of those. So thank you. I think that concludes my particular questions. Thank you for the work that went into this, Mr. Crane, for your team. I see, Mr. Silkworth, you have a light. Did you have additional comments?
Just a few comments. I had one concern about maybe a potential requirement would be for students to be chosen based upon whether they're, from an economic standpoint. I think many of the students that actually would really benefit from this charter model would not have financial problems. And so I'm not quite sure that did concern me. The need for creativity is critical in my mind. And thinking outside the box is important. We know we have transportation issues. Kind of makes me think, is there any potential for a virtual component for an academy such as this? Because that could potentially enhance the academy and also eliminate part of the transportation issue. And also there was a mention about you were reaching out for community mentors. Well, I clearly would be in favor of helping out with that. I've always said that every student needs mentors, not just one. And so I'd be happy to be one of those.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Lights, I'll just quickly go around. Any additional? Ms. Corcadone? I'm sorry? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I did.
Yes.
Just one quick follow-up. When you guys talked about the establishment of the area that the state provides for, is there a detail of that? It has been created yet for that target? When would that occur?
I think if it's approved, which hopefully it will be, then I think we sit down with Ms. Pittman and Mr. Stanton and talk about what that area looks like. That's certainly something that Dr. Bedell and I will talk about. And if that kind of fits what we also see as a need in the Annapolis community, then I think that that would be the geographic location where we would draw that 35% from. In their application, they refer to wanting to do that as a way to obviously enroll the students from the Annapolis area, but they talk about some areas, but we haven't necessarily nailed that boundary down yet. I think
Okay.
that's still under consideration and conversation.
Understood. So that our approval of that would not preclude an approval of that is a piece that does not require board approval, that component of the law?
Of the geographic boundary.
Correct. In other words, are we allowed to approve it without it ensuring that it met the legal sufficiency? I'm just wondering. We're good to go?
No, I think what the approval today says is that we will work with the applicant to kind of define what that boundary looks like, making sure that the economic threshold meets the state's requirement. And that's part of the approval.
Yeah, because I mean, we don't have time on the timeline of August 30th. Otherwise, I would have to go through a reapplication process. And because we weren't given, which is something I'm just, we always had more time on the background.
Right. And I mean, we could talk about that with legal staff if that's something that you want to approve as a tiny component after the approval.
You know, I'm not an attorney, so I don't know.
It's up to you.
It did cross my mind of,
but
are we approving everything we need to today?
No, I think you are. Yes, the answer is yes.
Just because you made a point to say that it was a specific state, you know, that there's a boundary establishment as part of that. I just wanted to make sure because we don't have the big Monty in front of us to know if that was in there or not. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Schulheim, any additional? Mr. Lynn? So we get a recommendation now, I think. Do we have? Oh, we got that. Okay, sorry. It's been a while. All right. So your comments after, right? Okay, so I think we're ready to go.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we'd be happy to talk to any of you individually now that the vote is over about how our school works and what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
This is the second time Mr. Crane has sat before us and somewhat lamented the 120-day timeline that we have to address everything within. And as we have just had our review for our legislative process, I would just like to put it in everyone's mind that perhaps that's something that we could look at as well, because I agree, it is a very tight turnaround. And we would like to do things like maybe have workshops or something in advance. And I think it would help us as well to have you have a little bit more time to sort of have that. So I think that might be something we could look at.
Already on it.
Oh, look at
I can,
you.
yes, thank
Look
you.
at you.
It's my first one where this was the first proposal. So
Okay.
it's my first time seeing the process. I tell everybody I want to see what it looks like. And then if it works, we continue. If we need to make some adjustments, we will. And we will definitely look at the timeline and make sure that there's more opportunities for you all to do your due diligence.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay. I know we've been here a while. My suggestion is we push forward because we're only doing easy things today. So let's just keep doing easy stuff. All right. Item 7.06, Superintendent's recommendation on Phase 1 redistricting North proposal to take to public hearing or proposals.
All right, Madam President, the superintendent recommends the board move forward to public hearing the proposed Phase 1 redistricting plan presented to the board on July 12th 2023.
Okay.
So
Um,
moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So again, I will go round robin. I am sure there will be questions from most folks. So we will begin with you, Mr. Silkworth.
Well, I had some questions. I've provided the questions that I had to Dr. Bedell's staff. And so I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes. District 3 has gotten quite a lot of public comment on the Farmington, and then prior to that on the Freetown and moving people down Mountain Road. So I had requested Mr. Heiser, or Dr. Heiser, I'm sorry, that you give a little bit more information on the bus comparison, how many would be moved, and I believe you got that information over to us earlier. So I really appreciate that. But just so that the public knows too, could you please explain the bus situation in both of those scenarios, moving either an entire system down or moving Freetown down, and how many buses are going to be changed in those scenarios?
Sure. For the record, Bill Heiser, Chief Operating Officer. I'm joined by
Kyle Roof, Director of Facilities.
Good. We did share that with you, but I'd like Kyle just to walk through the details of that.
So the primary transportation difference between scenario 2, which is the Freetown Elementary School rezoned to Chesapeake cluster, and the superintendent's recommendation was a reduction in additional buses for the Chesapeake cluster. So we presented 2 charts on the July 12th meeting, and those are accessible on the website. By leaving Freetown Elementary School in the Glen Burnie cluster, the superintendent's recommendation requires approximately 3 to 4 additional buses for the Chesapeake cluster when compared to scenario 2, or fewer buses. Under both the superintendent's recommendation and scenario 2, it's likely that a reallocation of maybe 1 bus is required from the Northeast cluster to the Chesapeake cluster to accommodate the changes at Farmington Village. But it should be noted that, bus reallocation charts were performed at a high level. When we actually get a recommendation from the board and approval, we'll go into an in-depth routing process, which will provide us a more finite detail of what those bus routes look like.
Okay, so just to summarize, the current superintendent's proposal will likely add 1 bus. If we had gone with one of the other proposals, it would likely have been 3 to 4 or 4 to 5 additional buses.
It would have been 4.
4 additional buses. Okay, thank you. And then the only other question that I have for you is Farmington Village is on the edge of the current district. Is that correct?
Farmington Village is right at the edge of the district, yes.
So you're absorbing linearly, essentially, whereas Freetown, you would actually pass by Farmington Village up Mountain Road, and that would be one of those island scenarios that we had discussed that you're trying to avoid, correct?
Correct.
So this is very data-driven, very data-based, and it would make sense from that perspective not to pass another community on its way down Mountain Road, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis.
No questions, thanks.
Ms. Corkadell.
Yes, my only question is, and I don't know that this is a superintendent question actually, but maybe to my colleagues, because this would be the moment where we would see alternative proposals, and I haven't seen anything, so I just wondered if is it still in the works, or are we entertaining possibly others, or are we focused predominantly on these?
Well, when we presented this, there was a window that we provided if board members wanted to present an alternative recommendation. We didn't receive any.
Okay, so I guess our biggest question is, do we present the final 2 scenarios or the one to the public is where our decision is today, correct? whether we propose one or two, because those were the only two that were fully drawn out, I guess.
Well,
Yeah, we propose phase one, the superintendent's.
yeah,
One is what we're asking the board at this point, because there has not been any other feedback or any other options presented after we presented that superintendent's phase.
Okay. No, I was just curious. I don't have any questions on the data and how it was structured. I will say that I do like how this was laid out to us, and I think the process was very thorough, opening up the door for the larger, committees have their pros and cons. And I think isolated micro redistricting a committee is in order because it allows us to get more intimate with the communities affected. But there is absolutely no way to do that with this. So I think we proceeded properly, and I'm looking forward to hearing the feedback to render a final decision with the community in the coming weeks. I guess it's weeks ahead now. We actually are getting pretty close to that November time. Thank you guys so very much for all that you've done. I have no additional questions. I did hear feedback from the same communities that Ms. Frank spoke of. I wanted to get a little more clarification on where we were moving forward prior to responding to the folks. But we'll definitely have an opportunity. They will have an opportunity also to present their case. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim.
Yes. So I also did hear from the community up in Farmington Village, and I think I do have just a singular question. There was some folks who reached out to me with their children would be juniors, worried about leaving leadership positions within the school community, and athletics and the like. I did ask about the grandfathering of juniors and received some great information and feedback from you all, but just for the purposes of getting it on the public record on tape, can you just summarize why or what your position is about the grandfathering or not of juniors?
Yeah, I think that the primary focus was to provide enough space within these buildings, and providing that relief as much as we could right away without extending it out further. So we did look at 11th and 12th grade. It would constrain Glen Burnie, North County the most. And providing that relief to those schools that are over capacity is what we were really driving at. And I think by allowing 12th graders the option of staying provides that opportunity, a happy medium between the two.
Okay. Was there any other I guess I'm most concerned about like the leadership positions and the athletics and those sorts of things having to start over. Was there consideration about that was taken into account? I'm starting to get tired, so as you can tell.
No, it's a good question. I mean, was it taken into account? No, I think I think the main objective was to provide relief enrollment wise for the schools mentioned. With that said, I think a next step for this would be how to share this information and integrate it into each school community and those students that are impacted, right?
Okay.
And think about the entire student
Okay.
and providing those roles. And I think that, there are so many robust opportunities we talked about earlier in the presentation before for students that I'm confident that there will be ample opportunities for those students to get involved in the new school that they'll be at.
Excellent. I think one of my other colleagues mentioned this. This entire process has been really good so far. So I want to commend again you all in your staff for the mountain of work it took to get us to this point. I understand that not everyone's going to be happy. This is redistricting. Not everyone will be happy. Change is hard. And I do understand I am sympathetic and empathetic to Farmington Village's point of view, at least the folks that have reached out to me specifically about that. But I think that all in all, this process is worked and so far, and the stuff online has been particularly helpful for people, especially those who are visual learners. So so thank you for getting us to this point, and I will be supportive of your recommendation.
Thank you. Ms. Dent. Mr. Lynn. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate, thank you for getting us to this process. I will remind everyone one more time. I don't think anybody can remember this being done in this county to this extent. This is no small undertaking. We're profoundly grateful for the work. We now begin a process, depending on what the vote is today, to move forward into a public hearing process and with an eye to a November final vote, as was noted. And I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank the members of the public who have reached out to us. I want to thank the many, many people clearly who have gone on the website, taken a look. And I want to reiterate what Dr. Bedell has said before. If we're going to have a problem, this is the good problem to have. We're not having to come in and close the school in your community. And I was recently in Garrett County, and you don't want to be up there right now, for example. They're having a tough time with that. I'm not saying that to pick on Garrett County. That's just the reality. So we are lucky not to be in that position. And so thank you for everything. Mr. Roof, you've been from the get-go working hard on this, I know. So, and it's not going away anytime soon. So thank you. Ms. Frank.
I do have a procedural question. I too was interested in comparing the 1 year versus 2 year grandfathering. So I'm glad that my colleague brought that up. It was my understanding that once the public gives us comment, we can then adjust based on their concerns. Is that correct? Or if something like a grandfather is going to be considered, do we have to introduce that today?
So it's my understanding we don't have to introduce it today. However, if we make significantly substantive changes to the proposal in November, that will push it off a bit in terms, because it has to go back out to the public. So that, I'm sorry. Okay. Did I say something incorrect? I often do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There he is. Mr. Burns.
Hello. Policy. Dr. Tobin.
So a question, well, Ms. Frank, you can pose your question.
Yes, thank you. I had just a procedural question based off of the concern that was brought up about the potential 2 year grandfathering that some of our constituents had requested. It was my understanding that we would be receiving public comment and that we would make a final decision in November. But I just wanted to be clear that if a grandfather situation was brought forward by the public, that we could potentially move forward at that point and would not need to make some decision today on that being an option.
You would, in my opinion, you would not need to make a decision today on that being an option, but as a general rule of thumb, at some point in time, if that becomes an option, the public should have a right to weigh in on it. And that's a general thing as to how you have done redistricting both before and after the current policy. There has been that opportunity to weigh in on or to be heard on options that are afoot.
Ms. Ellis?
Okay, so I'm just weighing in for clarity for all of our sakes. So if we were to take the superintendent's proposal forward as it stands, take it to the public, we have our hearing, then we bring it back to the board for a vote. At that time, if a board member introduces the desire for a 2 year grandfathering, that presents a second option that would then have to be taken back to the public before we could vote on it.
The assumption, yeah, right, with the assumption being that that idea or that possibility that you just posed had not yet been reviewed with the public's opportunity to have input.
Right.
If that's
So-
true, you should do that.
So the more efficient way forward is for the board to move forward 2 plans. One is the superintendent's proposal, and one would be the same scenario with the addition of a 2-year versus 1-year grandfathering. Those would be the 2 options on the table that would be taken to the public for hearing.
If the board made that
If the board-
decision, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that would have to be voted on today.
Right.
As to whether the board is interested in bringing that forward.
All right.
Correct.
So can I speak?
Yes.
Because I think as we presented this to the school board, the reason why the decision was made that we cannot do what we were able to do at Crofton was because of the scale of the redistricting and not being able to provide transportation. So if we push forward this option, I don't know how we're going to be able to deliver on all 11th graders across the county and be able to provide transportation. I'm just.
I understand, and Dr. Bedell, I totally,
Yeah. I think that was the bigger concern because of the scale of what we're doing with redistricting. So
right.
I just want to make sure I remind everybody of the reason why we presented that slide.
But, right, the question on the table right now is procedural as to whether or not, if there was a second scenario that the board could at this time vote on bringing that second scenario along with the superintendent's recommendation to the public. The second part of that, Dr. Bedell, would be if there's an interest in doing that, there would have to be a motion made and a discussion, and that's the appropriate time for your expressing
discuss the
your-
merits.
Your recommendation, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clear up for clarity about the procedure, because I know we went through this with Crofton Arundel, and there was discussion about another scenario after the hearing had happened. And then the board decided not to introduce another scenario at that time because it meant going back to the public. So just wanted to make that clear. So now would be the time probably.
Okay. Ms. Corkino.
Yeah, this is legal. I'm keeping it to legal while we're here. So just to make sure I understand it now, because now I'm a little more confused, actually. Any amendments made, are we saying that any amendments made to the proposals triggers that is considered substantive and therefore would trigger the full public participation component? Because I guess my other flip side of that is a concern of the rights of the members to proffer and offer to there. So is that a policy prescribed? So in other words, we get closer to the vote, or we hear the feedback, and even prior to the anticipated date of the actual final deliberation motions made, the board has occasionally in a meeting prior to it announced an intent and published. Are we saying that we're effectively shutting down amendments without triggering an extension, or is that something that can occur prior within the confines of the public participation? Because public participation at its basic level is the opportunity to submit testimony. And although it would not be in a dedicated environment, our meetings allow for it. And sometimes we take on that particular item even at a meeting prior to afford the opportunity to present. Policies have second readers, and even in third reader, although it's presumed we're adopting, we still have a trigger and a mechanism. And so I don't have the policy in front of me, but I am wondering, are we saying that amendments without extending the timeline of adoption in theory is being limited here? Or would there be an opportunity prior to that final date for a member to do so? And to be clear, I don't have any planned. I'm just, now that the ladies had asked their questions, I have now a little more inquiry.
So, Ms. Corkadell, I'll take a stab at that. I think I understand what you're asking, but maybe
know,
by going back to a more general,
430 wordiness.
give you back to a little more general advice, I think I can help clarify. So remember, keep separate what you do in your board meetings as part of your board business, which is, going through your agenda, hearing presentations, taking recommendations, making action decisions, right? That's not exactly the same as the process for public hearing on redistricting options. They are both in your policy, but they sort of ride separate rails to the extent that you regularly meet and you regularly review items. And one of the things you're reviewing is your superintendent's recommendation on redistricting. The public has noticed and the board members have noticed that this agenda item is on your agenda. So therefore, all the notice requirements are met. You know the superintendent's recommendation. Whatever amendments you all may wish to make, what the policy says, right, is that that's an overlay, is that then the public should have an opportunity to comment on those additional options. So I think Ms. Ellis painted it as we have the option recommended, and now we do an amendment as a board, perfectly appropriate. You've created another option. What happens with those two options? I would read the policy since it says you may accept or amend. If you amend the recommendation or any recommendation that had been initially brought to the public, right? So you now made an amendment. Those paragraphs get repeated. Those paragraphs being the public hearing process.
Okay.
So if your concern is somebody, board member, public foreclosed because right now today at this meeting where there was a call for the redistricting item, a bunch of amendments are made. No one is shut out of the process because this meeting was a matter of public knowledge. What happens next, though, is as a matter of policy, the public still gets a chance to weigh in on these options that Dr. Bedell had not presented. So that's that extra step, and I read this as being for the public, not for the board.
Okay, so the way our system is set up then is it basically does, my interpretation of that, it does limit the board's ability to be as genuinely responsive without the full engagement piece. So in other words, if we hear overwhelming, and even if the superintendent agrees that there was an oversight or something like that, that we would have to then engage that we would have to have a formal hearing. We could not use our regular process even with a notice prior, because I think ideally we should do that anyways. Like throwing an amendment out and voting on the same day does not lend itself to public participation. But in this case, so just to summarize, to make sure I'm clear, if an amendment is desired after hearing the public hearing, we will then be forced to delay the overall process of the final decision, barring squeezing in some rapid meetings. Otherwise, any amendment we would make after today, after that public hearing, would force a delay in the overall decision.
Up to a point, because you also have a back-end mandatory completion date.
Correct. So
I would say delay is not the right word. I'd say compress. You're compressing. You're compressing the timeline to make the final decision.
So it sounds like we're 90% of the way of where we want to be in process for these processes, and maybe need to rethink that for the next round, because that effectively does shut down, a practical, small but substantive amendment, even if the staff finds something that they would want to amend. It sounds like it's sounding like everything is substantive, and that there is nothing technical or trivial that would not trigger this. Correct?
Well, I don't think I agree with that. I mean,
Okay, so can I have an example of what outside of a typo would not
well,
trigger
but
that?
typos come in many forms, so I'd have to see the
No,
example.
I'm just
to give you
saying,
an
like,
opinion.
there is no amendment, whether it's a grandfathering or a minor boundary with the community, that would all be, I'm hearing all of that would be substantive. Ergo, every single amendment minus technical typos would trigger it. I want to get the clarification on that because I think it's important for the public to understand what we can and cannot do based on our own policy. I want to be candid about it and not give people an impression that the board's just going to go out and make modifications and then come to find that it creates a whole other problem. I think everybody needs to know that. It's not dishonest. I mean, we're the ones who created the process, not the superintendent. Obviously, it's a policy, although the regulations are a piece of that. But I just kind of want to know with certainty. I'm so sorry to.
No, I think it's a question in the abstract that it's at the board's peril to start guessing at hypotheticals. I don't think it does you a service, and here's why. Superintendent makes a recommendation that, if I understand it, I don't want to paraphrase it too much, involves a certain degree of movement of students from place to place, and under his plan, a certain amount of transportation obligations either do or don't exist. Keep in mind, there's no law that requires you to transport students to and from school, other than those with disabilities. The program requires it. You have transportation in place, you've got policies to deal with it. If under his plan, keeping it real basic, the way he's got transportation covered, everything's under control, exactly as the superintendent recommends it. You all decide to do an amendment, whether it's grandfathering or anything else, that alters what he can do with transportation. It may be that he could implement a plan that does not require any action by the board under his purview to make things happen in transportation, right? That wouldn't require going back to public hearing. So to get back to your question, if you come up with a new redistricting option that is substantive enough to require the public's input, you should follow your policy. I'm just suggesting to you, not every single thing you might tweak on his recommendation automatically requires that process.
Well, they brought up, two board members brought up two different things. One, it has to do with the actual communities themselves. That seems pretty substantive.
I would say
Basically
that's a
adopting
new
map,
recommendation.
right?
Yep.
That would be a no-brainer, substantive. But a grandfathering is a condition that it does not have anything to do with the map. And so that's why I was asking what the definition of substantive is, because again, I just want to make sure the expectations have been very clearly laid out by the administration. But I know this process well enough to know, and having even in prior to sitting in the seat participated in, that if it's not practical in our timeline to be able to afford those opportunities, then we need to be clear about it. We can afford them in theory, but it creates another implication of delay of final decision. So I guess that's the better way of putting it. But okay, I don't think there's any more clarification without running into the what ifs all day. But I do appreciate digging in a little bit more on it, because for most people that I hear concerns for, that is where they want to be and where they plan to be during the public hearing. So I just want to make sure we know where our boundaries are and that we're able to maximize our citizen input and participation overall. Thank you.
So just for a point of clarity, so when it was released after the July 12th meeting, the public had an opportunity to voice comment on the superintendent's recommendation. Over 122 comments were received. They were distributed to you all through a table format. But I just wanted to clarify that for the public.
Yeah, my intent was not to create a new thing, but just to make sure that that back end is reiterated, because we have been focusing on the front end. And too often people wait till that last. And we know that we have limitations that are going to limit it. I don't think it's a good thing or bad thing. Maybe something that policy committee can, work in the coming years ahead, before we get to the next one, if there is any concerns that emerge. But that to me would be one, possibly. But again, I have zero intent of proposing anything. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear, though, when I'm conveying the process to the individuals who may reach out. I don't ever want to contradict or mislead someone based on, a definition that I honestly wasn't very clear on.
I think it's important to note for the board's sake and for the superintendent's sake too, two important things, Ms. Corkadell. One is, remember that your redistricting process ultimately is rooted in some pretty fundamental education article statutes, one of which is that the board establishes geographic attendance areas with the advice or the recommendation of a superintendent. And all that expertise and everybody here builds into that recommendation. I mean, that's literally the fundamental process. Recommendation from your superintendent, board adopts the attendance areas. And redistricting is simply another version of attendance areas. The other piece, I think, too, when your constituents or anyone asks questions, okay, so what's next or what happens next? I don't think it's a bad thing to say, you can find a copy of the policy and the regulation that govern redistricting on our website. And at some point, the language that you all adopted is the language. And you shouldn't probably try to paraphrase it or suggest what it means other than what the words say. I think you all work very hard at your policies being clear language, plain English policies. And I think if someone has a question in what that means in their interest, that may be a place where they have to seek advice, right? Or they have to follow up with one of the subject matter experts on a detail. I would not hesitate to remind people it's all in writing how this process works.
Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So I think this has been an extremely important clarification for us to discuss today, because we are going to take a plan or plans to public hearing. And then we're going to come back as a board and vote. Well, what's the point of a public hearing if we're not willing to amend once we hear from the public, right? But I brought it up because the same thing happened in a previous redistricting. And it is important for members to understand the process, that if we do, after today, amend, after the public hearing, amend whatever proposal we're going to vote on, it does have to go back to public hearing. And that's not a bad thing. It's just, I understand it's a kind of a grueling process. Now we are in a 2-year redistricting process, so we have more time to play with to tweak any options and take them back to public hearing. So I kind of raised the caution to make sure everyone understood that if someone's going to introduce something later, this is the process we're going to have. I'm not afraid of that process because, like I said, we should all be willing to tweak the plan after public hearing, because that's the purpose of a public hearing. That being said, Mr. Burns, I'm not clear now on if someone is interested in possibly expanding the grandfathering from 1 year to 2. Is that a substantive change in your opinion that would require a second hearing if it's introduced later?
Taking a conservative, meaning cautious approach to it. Again, your superintendent's recommended a plan. This is more comprehensive than other redistricting, so the plan's more comprehensive and it covers a lot of issues. Given that there's a specific grandfathering recommendation on the table, right? If you're going to change that, whether or not that's a superintendent's purview issue may not be the most important question. The question is, what's the expectation of the public? They heard one plan. You are now introducing a different plan. Could one say that it's not legally substantive because that's not a geographical attendance thing? Someone could make that argument. But from a pure practical standpoint, and you wanting to interact with your public and you wanting your superintendent staff to be the best prepared they can be for your final result, I would suggest that the better measure with that kind of change is to consider it a different recommendation and move it forward for others to hear.
Thank you. I kind of see it that way too. Like maybe I have a freshman who's going into a new school and I don't want it overcrowded. And so I have that opinion, or maybe I have a junior.
Yeah.
I mean,
who
in the
want,
past,
right?
you all
There's
have had, in
two-
the past,
there's-
you all have had recommendations that, let's say that it was 1 or 2, right? And then 3 or 4 came out of those 1 or 2 that are often were very small changes.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes they were absolutely attendance, geographical boundary related, but sometimes they weren't. There were slight changes. You ended up sometimes with a menu of 4 or 5 things that people got to talk about at a public hearing.
Right.
If you've got the time to do it, and again, you got to be careful with your back end, which you have more than you normally have.
Right.
As long as you cover the things that the state requires you to cover, and you meet all the criteria in your policy,
Right.
and that you follow your regulation. If you've got time to hear input, I don't think that's a bad. I don't think that's legally ill-advised to have another public hearing to hear from your public. Whether it's required, that's a different legal discussion. But if you're asking my advice would be consistent with your policy. I think you'd entertain another opportunity for the public to hear about it.
Thank you.
Ms. Dent? Your
I'd like to make a motion so that we could maybe move it along to where we take a vote to do both to the public.
Well, we already have a motion. We already have a motion on the table.
Was it amend? That's why I said amend.
Oh, sorry.
Is that not appropriate? Because it's already on the table, so I was.
You can amend a motion depending.
Okay, yeah, so my vote was to amend the motion to include both options. The one the superintendent is recommended, which is inside, which is what we're supposed to be talking about today, but also take the second alternative. And I can draft that up if you want to do that, but the amendment is simply to take both options to the public.
Second.
What is the recommendation? It has to be spelled out,
So the superintendent has one option, is that correct?
but it has to be an actual plan.
Madam President,
Yes.
I do think on an amendment of a pending motion, I think there has to be more specificity. So
Yeah.
in other words, this appears to be a motion to amend a pending motion on a single recommendation. If there's some other recommendation that's going to be appended to that
Yeah.
through the amendment, I think it has to be stated in the motion.
Correct, that's why I said if you give me a
I
few
mean,
minutes, I could
stated.
draft it.
Yeah.
Articulated fully in
But
the
just
motion.
state it for the board and then we can.
Okay, so my recommendation would be amend the current motion so that it is amended to include the recommendation for us to include a alternative plan for for students to be grandfathered into the redistricting plan that's going to be presented for year 24, 25. No, 25, 26.
But you have to.
You're talking about the 11th graders.
Yeah, the 11th graders.
I still second it. And perhaps the president could stand at ease for a couple minutes so that
Yeah, I could
the
draft
board
it.
member can get a writ to the executive assistant / secretary of board to present final language prior to vote.
Okay, so I just want to say, we have a couple of lights on this
Or
question.
however, yeah. but
So
let's-
let me go to those lights and presumably there's some additional thoughts on this and then we can
And
get.
Dr.
to-
Tobin, just to
Yeah.
be clear on this, my understanding is this is an amendment of the recommended plan, not a second plan. So that's why I was looking
Okay.
for clarity in the
Yeah.
amendment. If the amendment might need to be restated, if the amendment from Ms. Dent is that she's simply amending the pending recommendation that's up on pending motion, say that. If it's a second plan,
Right.
that should be said.
Okay,
But I'm just saying that to the chair, she may wish to clarify what the motion makers intend.
Yes, so I am very confused right now. And I am trying to get a fix on, and that's why I'm waiting for, actually for Ms. Dent to write. I know, I've got a couple before, so I had Ms. Frank's light and then I had yours. Ms. Frank, did you want to address this?
Okay, I have two things that I want to throw out there.
Is
First
this
of all,
addressing the amendment?
Yeah, that's what I was
You
asking.
addressing the
yes,
amendment?
I'm addressing the main,
Okay,
but
all
with
right.
a thought to the amendment. So,
All right, let's dispatch discussion of
Okay.
the amendment
Okay,
first,
then I
right?
will go with
I
the
believe
amendment
that's
first.
what we need to do. Okay. So
point of order. Point of order.
Right.
Point of order. I believe that we could we could resolve this motion and have a second motion when we are finished. Is that not correct?
Resolve which motion?
The first motion.
It's not before you right now. The motion to amend is before you.
we have an amendment.
Got it.
Okay, all right.
Since it wasn't written out.
All right.
May I, or is
Yes,
that
go
not-
ahead,
Okay,
Ms.
thank
Schulheim.
you. The amendment is so unclear and not before us yet, and I know where we want to go. We want to have superintendent's recommendation in the left hand. We want to have superintendent's recommendation plus junior year grandfathering in the right hand. So let's please vote kindly on the superintendent's recommendation now, please, and then a second motion, which we would someone will gladly second for the superintendent's plan plus junior grandfathering can be talked about separately. This whole motion to amend, but then it's not in front of us, and I see you're shaking your head, but it's almost 5:00, and then per our handbook, we need a 2/3 vote to go past 5 hours. I just think that we could do this much more efficiently if we do it that way.
Can,
Just saying.
because I've been wrong on this before, can this amendment be withdrawn by the person who brought it?
I believe Ms.
Would you,
Ms. Schulheim was speaking to the amendment. The amendment's still on the floor. If the motion maker for the amendment wishes to withdraw it, it's her right. No action's been taken yet.
all right, Ms. Corkadell.
So my understanding was the original motion was to send forward a plan, and that plan was what the superintendent had recommended and presented to us. The amendment asks for more than one plan to be brought forth. So I believe if we were to vote without the amendment on just the main motion, we would be actually voting for just one to go through, because the motion maker had said so moved to the recommendation of the superintendent and did not clarify that that is a option, which is why I had asked my initial question of clarification of, do we have others? Because if so, that motion would not accommodate for us. And at the conclusion of the vote, we would have to go back into it in order to add to it. And it's just based on the so moved, because the superintendent is only recommending to move forward with one. So if our motion is to take the superintendent's recommendation, which is only to take one to hearing. So without the amendment to the main motion, we would be, making it at the very least very parliamentary challenged, because the recommendation is to only take one, and to vote them each individually is a process we could use had the original motion allowed for that flexibility. So I do believe that to amend the original motion to include a new one would be appropriate. The amendment would be voted up or down based on whether or not you wanted to take it alongside with it. If that amendment fails, the original motion, which is to take a recommendation, would remain and would be therefore, barring any new amendments, what we would be voting on. Is that an accurate statement?
I think you don't know whether that's an accurate statement unless you ask the original motion be reread into the record, and then the motion on the amendment that's actually on the floor before you should also be reread. I don't think there's any, you
right,
can't
so-
guess at it because the record is the motion that was made.
So,
So I'm gonna make it easier. I'm going to withdraw the motion. Let us vote on the motion that's on the floor, and then I'll come back and make the other.
May I
Because
have
was under
it?
the impression that if I did
I need the
vote on
original.
the original motion,
If the motion's
it would
withdrawn,
be
if the amendment
carried.
motion's withdrawn, it's withdrawn.
yeah,
Right.
so
It is,
it's
but I
withdrawn.
still want the other in writ to know whether or not we are recommending, because the superintendent's recommendation, as I says, is to take one. The motion maker had indicated in her comments to the amendment just withdrawn that we could continue to vote on additional ones. But my understanding is the language of the recommendation is to just take one. So if we could get clarification on the motion itself.
All right, so we're back to the original motion and a second. The question, okay, folks. So the question, if someone wants to make an amendment to the original motion, I think that's where we are.
I think there was a request for the motion to be read into
Oh,
the
sorry,
record.
yeah, so please read it.
Ms. Schalheim moved to approve the superintendent's recommendation to move forward to public hearing the proposed Phase 1 redistricting plan.
Yeah. Okay. So do we have any additional comments on this before we vote? Okay, all right. Ms. Howell?
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent? Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
I need to see a light.
Jesus. We are impatient, aren't we?
Ms. Dent?
I recommend that a second, can I say second? Yeah, I recommend that a second option be proposed that we grandfather juniors. Let's say it right. We grandfather junior students and we consider grandfathering of junior students into the redistricting plan.
The superintendent's recommended.
Sure. To the superintendent's recommendation of the redistricting plan.
Second.
Okay, so we have another motion before us and another second. So let's go around. Is there any comments? Mr. Silkworth?
No comment.
Ms. Frank, no comment. Ms. Ellis?
I'm going to quickly comment. I understand that the superintendent has concerns. My understanding is we're not providing transportation for our seniors, and we would not be providing transportation for our juniors in this proposed plan. And I understand the concern with being able to provide relief to some schools, but we will be providing some relief because 2 classes will be moved out, and I think that covers and we have other schools who were pushed into phase 2 of redistricting that have had to endure, more overcrowding that they're going to have to. In other words, I don't think we're putting other schools in a worse place than we already have some of our schools. So I think overall, I am concerned for our juniors to have to lose out on some of the opportunities of a high school experience. Thank you.
Did you want to say something, Dr. Bedell?
We'll figure all of this out as we move through the process, but it's not just transportation, it's also staffing. And that's going to be a significant problem.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Corkadell?
So I don't have questions. I think I understand it, having gone through this before. I don't know where I ultimately land on it. It's not my job to make a decision on what we're moving forward as a role. I do believe that if a significant number of people would like us to vet that possibility, because that was neither in phase in either original scenarios presented, that is the prudent intent of our process, is to flush that out. And given the information and clarification that we received on our policies and procedures, to ensure the most maximum potential of whatever outcome ends up happening in November, and to keep it to November and not stretched out, I do think it's appropriate to bring it forward if enough of the affected, I tend to defer on these things to the affected members, districts, and I'm hearing questions and concerns about this particular topic from multiple representatives of those affected areas, and am happy to hear public input on both of them, as it were, as well as in the interim figure out if it is a practical approach or not. And bandwidth, I think I know where the answer is leaning towards based on the superintendent's recommendations, but I would not want to dismiss what is becoming a significant inquiry of others to at least flush it out and see if there's any there, or if it even makes sense. But I do not feel that I would have the capacity to do that. And I think I would want to hear from the residents, because that is an aspect that they did not weigh in on necessarily, based on origin of the proposals. So I'm going to move forward with voting for this amendment, but I want to make it perfectly clear that this should not be misread as any indicator of how I would ultimately finally vote on it. Or that I somehow do not support the superintendent's recommendation and recognize the level of expertise that was brought to the table, which, believe me, is thricefold to how we have in the past addressed this. But I do believe in supporting the members affected by it, and if they would like to hear from their public on considering this, I do not see that that there would be any burden to it. And it sounds like at least one member had already requested the information, although I didn't see it in the log. I may have missed it because I always misnavigate our log, so I'll apologize. But hopefully, if it's not in the log, we can get it, that the one board member had referenced as far as receiving the information. And I'm just not sure of that process, and then I would lastly just ask colleagues that when we're obtaining information in responses to emails and concerns that everybody has heard, that is exactly what the log's for, so that when we're up here, we would have already seen that. So maybe in the future, we could do a little bit more on the information data share there, because I may have felt different otherwise. But I will be supporting the amendment, or the new motion. I guess it's not a motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schohan.
Yes, enough people reached out about this that I just want the public to be heard. And I am incredibly sensitive to Dr. Bedell's position on this and staff's position on this, both from a transportation and a staffing. And I'm sure there's other implications that we haven't thought of 5 hours in, almost 8 hours in for some of us who got here early this morning for a committee meeting. So I just wanted to go to comment, to hearing, sorry. And that's all. So yeah, I'm going to support this too.
Thank you, Ms. Dent.
I just want to make sure that the purpose of the proposed amendment was just proposed motion was simply to make sure that exactly what's happening is happening, that the public is heard. And I echo Mrs. Corkadale's, is that's by no means say that I support it, but I do think that you have to have the input. I've had a lot of comments about various students, having ties to this community, having ties to the school itself, and so forth and so on. So I don't think that is any harm, if that's the right word, in looking at alternative means, proposals to put before the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Yeah, I think it's been stated fairly well. I also think that what I don't want to see is a last minute change, because I think significantly delaying the implementation of this redistricting could have tremendously negative results, given the work that so many have done. So I see no additional comments. Ms. Dent, as the motion maker, did you wish to say any more? Okay. All right, Ms. Howe.
Ms. Dent recommends that a second option be proposed to bring to public hearing that includes the grandfathering of juniors into the proposed Phase 1 redistricting plan. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Lynn?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, thank you. So that takes us to Section 8 review items, 801, item 8.01 award of contracts. Were there any questions on any contracts? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move to Section 9, public comments on non-agenda items.
Point of.
Yes.
So we either need to vote to continue or vote to suspend
Oh.
that rule to continue.
Apologies, yes.
So I can go either way with it, but I think it's a handbook thing. So I think we're close. If we have consensus just to proceed for the last 5 minutes, or
Do
how
we
many
have
people
consensus?
do we have? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right. The statements I read on public comments previously pertain now. I will not waste more time by reading them again, only to urge people once again to make appropriate comments for the audiences here and who may be listening, and to adhere to the 2-minute limit, and to not make improper comments about any other group or group of people. So I will call up our 2 in-person speakers, Mr. Ayo Kimathi and Mr. Alan Lang. Mr. Kimathi.
My name is Ayo Kimathi. I want to first thank the board. I contacted a few people and they made it very easy for me to figure out how to do this. I want to thank Ms. Frank, the communications officer, and definitely Ms. Dent. These were very pleasant conversations that we were able to have, and I look forward to addressing the board in September. I was a little disappointed that I didn't hear back from the superintendent's office, but I know they're very busy. So overall, it's been a very pleasant experience. What I'm here about is the fact that there's something I find to be very dangerous that's happening, particularly to the children. 1 in 5 children in Anne Arundel County are Black children, African-American children. And I represent a movement called the Straight Black Pride community. And Straight Black and Proud is the tradition and the culture of Black people from before we came here. It's still our culture. And going forward, it will be our culture. And unfortunately, other ideas are being pushed and presented to our children that have not, Black people have not had a chance to vote on it. We haven't changed our consensus. We haven't changed our culture. And this is being presented to our children with no defense and no presentation of what their culture is. And so it's something I want to come and discuss with the board to discuss. I think it needs to be looked at because it's unfair to us and it's unfair to our children and the future direction that we're trying to go. Straight Black Pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lang.
See if I can get this through as fast as possible with the exciting subject of statistics. My name is Alan Lang. I'm from Pasadena, Maryland. I believe the current board process for selecting those who wish to testify at board meetings can be improved to increase the diversity of opinion, especially for those whose opinions are in the minority. Currently, if more than 10 people submit requests, then you have a simple random sample of 10. One might think that the sampling process would ensure that those selected to speak would match the ratio of proponents and opponents in the population. Although the most likely result often matches that population ratio, it is possible at some point in the future that none of the minority group may be selected. So moreover, is it really in the best interest of the board to only hear testimony in proportion to the population of those wishing to speak? Or should the policy be changed to ensure that the board hears testimony that is more evenly balanced? I found it interesting that for the hearings on May 24th and June 26th, the population ratio seeking to speak did not match the population ratio for those who submitted online written testimony. In the May 20 meeting, 20 people sought public testimony and at least 3 supported the policy. However, 18 of 59 who submitted written testimony supported the written policy. At the hearing, only 1 of 10 selected to speak supported the policy, which matched the population ratio. However, there was a 10% chance that none of the proponents could have been selected at that meeting. In June, 65 people sought public testimony, at least 9 supported the policy. That was 13%. However, 33 of the 101 who submitted written testimony supported the policy. Again, only 1 out of 10 was selected, but there was a 19% chance that none of the proponents. So I propose that the board should consider picking 5 people for randomly, picking 5 people against randomly, and alternating 1-1 like a motion under Robert's rules. So please consider. I had this passed out. It'd be easier to read than me reading it very fast, to look at the statistics and consider changing the policy for how you select speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for both for waiting so long. We appreciate it. So with that, I would entertain we have no virtual comment, by the way, on non-agenda items. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Do I have any dissent? Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone.